Hello, everyone. S&P will rip. I mean, it's doing pretty good this morning, pulling back a little bit into open. Breaking 3600s. Nice. Morning, Dork. I need some DT pickle, man. I'm sorry, man. I did not wake up on time this morning. The DT is I overslept. The market's up 100 BPS. All right. I didn't take any fucking allergy medication this morning. This is gonna be a rough day. Hey. Phenomenal. TLDR on the DD? I don't know yet. I haven't looked at anything. Not since last night, at least. Ah, son of a bitch. All right. Ding ding. There we go. Okay. Do you have any CSPs you're looking to get into? Would you sell to open for October 7th or go further out? I was thinking RCL, I think it was. Looked good for the $36 strike. I think it was for 1014. But I can't remember. 1014? 1014 seems right. GME shorting, just like the good old days of 200 IV, bullish on obligations in the future. It is nice to see a good GME short. And hopefully this isn't just people waking up and deciding that this was enough time to hold. They're bailing before Credit Suisse goes under. They have to transfer brokerages. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what's going on. What the fuck happened to Tesla? They missed delivery numbers. Tesla unveiled their amazing robot. Can you briefly explain the Credit Suisse thing? I kind of went over it in the stream yesterday. I think they got confused with CS and thought it was computer share going under. Believe me, if you saw Super Stock this weekend, there was no confusion. They were like, that's it. Credit Suisse under on Monday. It's MOASS. Other things. Gotta love these mornings where I wake up and WeBull screams like 10 random 52-week low alerts at my watch list. Nice. Why do you have that many stocks on your watch list that are down? Yeah, I don't care about the pump and dump. When's the Revlon hearing? The 13th. I feel like you know when it is, too. If Credit Suisse goes under, who becomes the fall guy? Exactly. If I get assigned shares via CS feeds, I have to wait T+3 for the shares to settle. It shouldn't take that long. Usually they're settled via broker inventory and they're in your account immediately. Like the following Monday morning. It's pretty rare that you won't get your shares for like 2 days. They have T+2 to settle, but it's really rare that you ever see that. 3-month member chat. Time to ask the serious questions. Goog L above 97 end of week. And our puts same as shares. Um, Good question. Will Google move up this week? It was almost, well, it was above 97 this morning. So the prediction's already satisfied, right? Hmm. I transferred my equities from Fidelity to TDA. All my cost bases have reset. Is that normal? I thought my shares would just be moved. It shouldn't have reset your cost basis, but your cost basis is still the same. Give it like 4 or 5 more days and your cost basis should update. I mean, Fluffy, Credit Suisse is in a bad spot, but they do have a lot of money. I'm considering TCDA. I'm considering CSPs on it. IV at 435%. Crazy premiums. Well, there's a reason for that, right? TCDA. Is it $10? And you want to sell CSPs on it. How far out of the money? It's risky with only the one expiration. I don't like that. You know, like the minimum amount of theta risk you have to expose yourself to is 18 days, which is a bit rough. Unless you're gonna sell them at like $2.50. Man, Tesla might finally be dead. Is it time for me to sell $100 in the money CSPs? Or is it just gonna fall to 230 and bounce? SPY dipping below 360. This might be give me an opportunity to shed my straddle. GME found some support 24.21, so just above gamma neutral. Congrats, Victor. Finally. Oh, Victor's long Tesla. Can you explain smashing the like button? No. It's a thing that people could do. 862 mod on West Coast by my data. Okay, I don't know what that is. Good morning. Did Credit Suisse announce their Lehman moment yet? No. At what point is Docu very attractive to you for a long play? I'm thinking about starting a DCA on it. Probably in like the $49 range. I think 49 to 40, like 370, 43.90. Wow, Tesla dead. Yeah, Victor. Hey, it's Victor, guys. Still bullish on Upstart. Yep. Upstart's still $20. Nice. Is low volume a good thing? Absolutely not. Why are people on Reddit excited for these record low volume days? Um, I don't know. It's kind of like a self-aware wolves moment, right? It'll hit them eventually. Eventually they'll realize that low volume is not bullish, and it's because no one's buying options. Been out for a bit. What's happening with Rev? Still bullish on it. Can we finally confidently refer to the "you are here" chart, or am I just going to keep getting poorer and poorer? Asking for Moonwind. Um, which side of the "you are here" chart do you want to refer to? Are you planning on opening any GME positions this week? Not until probably the end of the week. So towards the 7th. I kind of want to buy back my covered calls on GME right now. Yeah. Well, see if it gets rejected here. I sold some covered calls on Friday. I wanna get those off the table. Thanks, B Watts. Good to see you, man. They think it has to do with DRS. Yeah. But low liquidity isn't created, like doesn't create low volume environments, right? Do upstart leaps give enough time? I think so. I have November, December, and Jan calls. I'll probably be adding to November this week a little bit more. Sorry if you already answered this, but do you think Credit Suisse will get a bailout? It's not really that big banks get bailouts anymore. The bailouts are built into the system now. After 2008 and 2010, if there's a bank failure like Bear or Lehman from '08, you're going to get the Fed stepping in before that happens. So all they did was they built the bailout structure into the system. So what used to be, too big to fail and voters had to be like, here's all my tax money, is now just automatic. Like CNS. Or the FDIC. We may get some price action from ETF FTDs, but it's small. I think the benefit here is if we do see a market bounce, we're likely not to see a lot of put buying until after the ETF FTDs are resolved. So, the advantage there is that they kind of open up the upside and they're not going to short into the rising price action for a few days. Versus the ETF FTDs actually being large in quantity, which I don't think they are. However, after ETF FTDs are resolved, they have more ETF liquidity, right? Which usually leads to another big fucking round of shorting. They don't need it. Credit Suisse has a disgusting amount of money, all of which is heavily leveraged, but yeah. Can you please stop predicting the future with SPY resistance tests and pickles picks like 6 hours before they happen? Thanks. Uh, sure. Morpheus, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. So taxpayers still get fucked, always. It's okay. They pay taxes too. Sort of. This is going to be a key test for SPX at 36.25. That's another pretty important level. SPX Gex peak. The flip point, you mean? That's not really the peak, but let me look. Because I haven't checked with the morning OI yet. Jesus. Fuck you, server error. There we go. Gex flip point's still at 39.52. Call side's looking a lot stronger, or starting to look a lot stronger. Pretty decent call side gamma at 36.30. So 36.30 cross is probably going to lead us up to 36.50. 36.50 is still very, very negatively skewed. So we could just end up stuck there for the rest of the day. We are starting to move up on the capitulation pimento, however. And you know, sort of moving into the orange. I'd still be very cautious trying to play SPX. Don't just go full bull on the markets yet. This is not confirmed, right? This is not a confirmed bounce or a rally. This is a Tesla bear flag? More put? Tesla. I mean, it doesn't look super bullish. Although, I'd imagine any sell-off from their missed delivery numbers is probably close to done at this point. Let me see something here. Yeah, 240 could stagnate a little bit. Tesla's call chain is still super fucking bullish. I wish it fell to a better level though. There's a lot of call OI at 240. Or yeah, 240. Is Apple 150 for end of October still a decent play or cut losses? Apple's moving back up, but very, very slowly. What strike? 150? October 21st? You could give it a few more days, probably till the middle of this week, like late in the day Wednesday, to see if the market turns around. After that, they're kind of dead, unless it starts moving up. So I tried doing one of those calendar spreads that you mentioned from time to time. You said they're profitable, but all I got was my indecency displayed in October and a free baconator. Why is the spread on cat November 18 options so wide? Low OI. So the strikes you pick are pretty important. 175 isn't bad. Like it's only like a $20 spread. 180 isn't great. 200s are decent. Although really fucking far out of the money. if I mean cat's options chain is liquid enough that if you put orders at or near the bid, you'll get a fill. You just have to wait a little bit. Is Apple 150? Bought 102.50 Google calls for 10.21 last week, hoping on the SPY bounce. Think they can still be profitable, or would rolling down and out be a better play? Let me take a look. I'm still trying to DCA into Google under 100. I mean, there's a good chance Google finds some support here. This is actually like a previous resistance from like back in Jan of 2021. It looks like I mean, it's doing okay today. I don't, 102 end of October. You're gonna need a serious rally. Maybe not down, but just out. So you can kind of close in on the price. Although a $5 move isn't an insane ask here. Fuck, that's yeah, I mean yeah, it'd be better to have more time. You're playing with fire a little bit. The only issue though is you have earnings coming up. And Ivy is going to pick up probably a lot on their earnings. Earnings are October 25th. What didn't I say in English? That's the capitulation pimento. What price would you start DCAing into Intel? Whatever Intel costs in summer of 2023. Maybe fall. Do you recommend weekly GME/CCs for those who only sell like 5 contracts, or wait because the MM flip will be soon anyway? That's up to you. I mean, if you'd sold them Friday, you could have made a small amount of profits today without really taking on a lot of risk. Um, smaller numbers of contracts, you're actually a lot more flexible on, when you can take advantage of near-term drops in price or, IV falling off. But, make sure you have some money on the sidelines to buy them back or roll or, do what you need to do. While it's really advantageous to try to catch a run with covered calls because you get so much more in premium, there's still a lot of other opportunities that you can take advantage of. Higher delta, which is near the money. Am I understanding it? You are. Yes. What would you say is the next good time to sell GME CCs after ETF FTDs? Probably. So yeah, into the beginning of next week. And then through the middle, right? The 7th, and then Tuesday's the 11th, right? Yeah, so like next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. At some point in there, there'll be probably a better opportunity to sell covered calls. Are people ever not bullish on Tesla? It's pretty rare. I think more importantly, it's, institutions are bullish on Tesla. Tesla's like their GME. I mean, the maximum delta that can be hit is like 0.99999, right, Matthew? If Credit Suisse goes boom, do you see another big bank capitulating? I mean, we don't know what'll happen, but the systems that have been put in place should prevent like a 2008 type of crash, supposedly. The Dow leading the charge today, isn't that showing this is less of an algo pump and more of a genuine turnaround? I mean, you say algo pump, but I think you mean like market maker deleveraging. Um, no, but it could show a rush of investors into value stocks, which is not necessarily bullish. Cat next upside past 170 is 175. No, 172.50. They do, the gaps do get larger as it moves up, but there's resistance at 172.50, 176, 178, 181, 183, 187, 192, then 200, then it goes up from like after 200 to 203-ish, that range. It moves up to like 215, 220. So they do widen as it moves up, but there's still lots of resistances in this range. Why does Rev follow the market if it's not in any ETFs? We've discussed this a bunch. It's still in actively traded funds. They're just not ETFs. Usually mutual funds. They're much smaller, so they have less of an effect on price, and it doesn't track the market as much, but it still tracks it a little bit. No daily DD this morning. I woke up at like 9:15. When do you expect Rev to make VUPs? Well, it better make them before the end of November. I don't really care about VUPs. I care about IV going up. I kind of covered this in the Revlon Discord over the weekend. The play has never been targeting $35. I'm perfectly okay with Revlon hitting 10 or 15, right? Because Ivy will go back up to like 500%. That's why I like the Jan 35 call so much. Oh, Jesus. Look up. This is terrible. Okay. I need to take some allergy medication. Quick question about Rev. CSP, is it better to sell in the money CSPs for max premium plus buying in at cheaper prices? Hold up. What? If you're selling in the money CSPs, you better be fairly sure something's going to go up, or you're buying the underlying for less than its current price. Oh, for Rev CSPs. For max premium plus buying in at cheaper prices, like $6 CSPs. I mean, a $6 CSP on Revlon gets you what right now? About $1. So you're buying it 3 cents right now, 3 cents cheaper than the market price. Is adding a little theta to that help? Yeah. You could. I mean, it's not awful. The put skew is still really beneficial. If I were selling in the money CSPs though, I'd probably be using the credit to pick up like at the money calls. $36.50. Moving up quick today. Any helpful insight on when to use, not use Henkin Ashi? I wouldn't use Henkin Ashi when trading intraday. I mean, you can, but don't, like, on the 1 minute, or if you're trading options or setting stops, it's a little bit better to get rid of the smoothing so you can improve accuracy. But when you're doing like long-term trend analysis and stuff like that, anything above like the 30-minute, that's when it's best. With the exception being very illiquid, gappy stocks, which is a lot of what we look at every day. So that's, you know, that's why I've used them for so long on GME or like on Revlon. Like if I switch to the other candle, you're not going to get anything out of that, right? So it's much better to have the smoothing to kind of give you a better idea of price action. Do you see BTU hitting yearly highs? More ups. It's still going up, right? Yeah, up 5% today. Looks good. I don't know how many of you actually bought the dip on this, like, what was it, the week before last? But yeah, it's doing really well. Yearly high? Maybe. We'll see. That's still a long way off. I think maybe back to 30 for now would be reasonable. Commodities are doing pretty good. Silver's up a shitload today for reasons I can't really explain. Gold's up almost 100 BPS. Neither of those are necessarily very good signs for the market, but it may be a good sign for liquidity in the market. GME's still one of the best stocks to buy covered calls on. Did you share the next couple of resistances for cat? Yeah, we could take a look. So really important levels are going to be here at 3680, 170, 172, 175. Over the next few days, like well, let's not say 175, 176. Kind of the whole range of 176.80 to 175.98. Depending on how long it takes us to get up into that range. 178.50 historically is a really strong one. There's one at 183.45, 185.60. I don't think we really need to worry about much beyond that right now. This is a nice turnaround on cat. If it breaks this like long-term trend here, this is confirmation of the bounce. You can use EMAs to find that too, probably. Thoughts on EPAM? I'd be a little careful with it. I don't think tech recovery immediately is going to be that great. Maybe if the market starts moving back into like the 3,700 range, EPAM can be a little bit more attractive, but you may also miss the window at that point. Remember, there's not a lot of options there, so it's really hard to hedge. You either have to kind of go long the underlying or get lucky on a fill. I mean, BTU is not really a trade for me so much. I mean, okay, so the first time I bought into BTU, it rocketed up to like almost $40, so I sold. The second time I bought it, it went up again to what was it? I think it hit like 30, almost 30 or just over 30. So I sold it again. The third time I bought it, it hit 30 again, so I sold it. So I keep trading it, but I don't mean to. I really just want to buy it and hold it. You know, with the market conditions getting worse, I think it might be time for me to stop fucking around and actually just hold on to it. But if it starts to give out again and I see, you know, large scale capitulation at $30 and another big sell off, like nobody wants to hold it above 30 again, then I'll probably sell it again. It is supposed to be like a 2-3 year play. If you have an entry, you know, sub $20. Because, you know, moving into November of this year with their Australian mine picking up production, their revenues for next year and production goals should all significantly raise, you know, which gives like a PT of like 45 to 70. So it, you know, it depends how you want to play it. I think opportunities might be there for both. SPX, if SPX breaks 3650 today, it's really significant. Because there was a lot of really short dated puts, like today, tomorrow, Wednesday, that are gonna fall off once we break 3650. Like they'll all be out of the money, which is a big deal. That's a lot of the put interest on SPX right now. ETF FTDs are between October 6th and the 14th. With the peak of them probably being around the 11th. Usually the peak's much earlier in the 6-day period. It usually peaks on day 2 or 3. Also, XRT's 13th day on Reg Show falls on the 11th. So that's its first day of forced settlement. We already have the data for ETF FTDs. They're not super high. But GME's well positioned to move up a little bit. Yeah. SPY's really looking like it's gonna break. I'm gonna buy these back. How's Fubo doing today? Oh, not bad. Up a little bit. Cat's breaking 170. God, I love Caterpillar. I was hoping we'd stay in the lower range a couple more days, but I guess not. Don't suppose you know if you can have multiple paper accounts on WeBull? Can't seem to find any answers, and my Google foo is weak. I've never used the paper trading on WeBull, so I'm not sure. Maybe if you have like multiple phone numbers, can you just set them up without having an account? I know like Thinkorswim, you have to have an account to use the paper trading. Any thoughts on shorting the ever loving shit out of eBay? I just sold my boogie board and they held my funds for almost 2 weeks now, as well as charging 12.9% commission on the shipping and sales tax. See, that seems like a customer problem, not a shareholder problem. Boogie the board. Yeah. Fundamentally, what's good about Cat? Well, the dollar's strong, and they hold most of their like rental or lease agreements are paid in dollars, even in foreign markets. So that's a plus for them. They're a U.S. exporter, which is a very good thing to be right now. And their revenue stream is kind of unaffected by the change in the economic climate. Most of their like agreements are for 2, 3, 5 years. So people using their equipment and paying them for it will continue to do so, regardless of economic conditions. I mean, I suppose they can default, but default is mostly unlikely. Also, if the government tries to stabilize the economy at some point by opening up lots of jobs or working on infrastructure, that's very good for them as well. I hope Cat makes up for all my V calls. V not moving up. V's up like 2% today. V's like shitty Caterpillar. It's like Caterpillar for noobs. You just keep buying lots of theta and calls until it turns around. Also, Caterpillar distribution model helps a lot. Dealerships are helpful. Yeah. I have one awful early in the dump V calls that I didn't get out of. Do you have theta on them? Can you average them down? I mean, if you're still in them, or if you're just so underwater, why not just cut the loss? TQQQ, I'm probably going to average it down a little bit today. Yeah. This might be a good opportunity to do that. Let me see if this kind of gives out first. God, these AMD calls are horrible. 65 up 3%. Just roll these down. These. Okay, so I want to wait on those. Create new order. Seven. That's a start. Why isn't that settled? Okay. What do you think about Jimmy October 21, $30 calls by end of the week? I don't love it. 30? October 21. Maybe next week, not end of this week. You don't want to eat the weekend theta on those when they're like under 20 DCE. Fed's talking all day today. They have speeches lined up all day. They have an emergency, well, not an emergency meeting, but an expedited closed door meeting today. Just a note on that. All their fucking closed door meetings are expedited. So it doesn't mean anything. Everyone's blowing that out of proportion. They had one on the 21st. And no one said shit. One second. Nope. Oh. Bears were fudding. Yeah. Fucking bears. He's allergic to all the fun. Are there many puts on Apple still? Would a proper break into the 140s again lead to a lot of capitulation? Yes. I think the biggest put wall to overcome on Apple is at nope, never mind, it's gone. Okay. It was at 140. 140 skewed positive today. And Apple's gamma, its skew adjusted gamma exposure flipped pretty hard. Apple looks kind of full bull. Gex flips at 149.88. There's almost no put interest here at all. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Where's the change in net gamma? Okay, those have dropped, but they're still positive. Yeah, Apple price looks kind of good. Crossing 140 is definitely key, but after that point, it looks pretty nice. Let me take a look at its neutrals real quick. Ooh. So yeah, Vega neutral at 148.25. So yeah, crossing 148 into 150, probably really, really good for Apple. I think that'll lead to, if it does, it'll lead to like a pretty sustained price increase. Do you know why people say God bless you when you sneeze? Something about your soul leaving your body? I have no idea. You're catching scurvy again. Vitamin C. No, it's not scurvy, right? RevD listing hearings on October 13th, but we may not hear anything for 45 days, right? May not. They have up to 45 days to make their decision. I mean, currently Revlon doesn't meet any of the delisting requirements for the NYSE. I think as long as they present, the same business plan they presented to the lenders in their bankruptcy, they should be okay. Just took a look at Dixie and tried my best Chris Cornell impression of Like a Stone. Dixie's back under 112, right? Hold on. Yeah, Dixie 111.8. Aston Martin chart. I know your point of view. on a possible bounce at negative 95%. Jesus Christ. Ah, their earnings are just fucking terrible. It might not be a bad opportunity to DCA. But I think you still are seeing like a lot of. Are we seeing a lot of insider sales here? Xizhang Zhili buys 7.6% stake. I mean, that's accumulation, right? Okay. So they did an equity raise for 729 million. They missed their equity repurchase of 200 million of notes. I mean, it looks like they have plenty of capital, so I don't think they're going to go under or anything. The real question is here: is this a good price to buy it? A little risky, man. I mean, this is like a fairly fresh IPO, right? No, it's not. Where the fuck did this start? Oh, I'm on the daily. That's 2019. Sorry, I thought it was on like the 5 minute. And they split. What was the split? Was it a forward split? Hey, 3650 broke. That's a big deal. If VIX breaks below 30 to the shorts pile in, they start to get a lot more leverage. What are some good resistances for the SPY? 3650, 3680, 3700, 3730, 3750, 3800, 3825. Yeah, those are all pretty good. There's a lot of them. Remember, SPY trades in a narrower range, so it has more supports and resistances. Thoughts on Dixie going down and gold coming up because of Dixie down? I don't think it's coming up because the Dixie's down. It's coming up because people are fearful. I think you have extra candles on Rev because of your paid data that his pores can't see. Yeah, I do. Can you turn off Hank and Ashi to remove the smoothing averaging it does so we can see them? Yeah. Great calls. Capitulation for sure, maybe. Yeah, with the VIX starting to fall is really good for my bear rally thesis. Also, my VIX puts are printing, as are my SPX calls, so I'm very fucking happy right now. Cat showing off its classic, is that a candy cane in your pocket pattern? Bridgewater hedge fund guy told me gold would pump here as dollar could break. I wouldn't put a lot of money into what Bridgewater hedge fund guys say. Strictly paper trading. Cat calls are up 55%. Nice, man. Tesla dead? Tesla's not doing good, Core. If it starts to turn around, oh, actually, it's looking a little bit better. But me and Dork need to find a whole new strike, and we haven't had a 3 a.m. strike finding session yet. Shut your fucking mouth when you're talking to me, Dork. I don't know if it's bullish or super bullish that Rev already has at least 3 strikes PCO'd for Jan 2023s. I'm going with super bullish. I'm gonna go with it was just like they opened the wrong strikes and there was a mistake. Credit Suisse slowly defaulting due to GME covered calls. LOL. Maybe. Imagine having to find all of that fucking collateral every week. 310C is the bottom of the IV smile. For the 14th? Chris McPherson, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Spy $300 end of year. What? What happened to 520? You can't just start saying 300 now like you haven't been saying 520 for months. Called the dealership to schedule a recall. Called 3 times, no answer. Went to their website, scheduled an appointment, and they called me back 2 minutes to confirm the details. Wait, what? What's this for? Did I miss? I think I missed the whole first part of this. For the 21st? Ew. I ain't new to this. Okay. I just say that to everyone. I know. But I did the VIX puts on the stream. I didn't do them in Pickles Picks. $30 puts. I was buying them last week, into the end of last week. Oh, I should probably also let people know that I am closed out of the speculative long position that I had on VIX. I closed out some of my hedge and rolled it forward, but I'm going to wait to roll forward the rest. Safety recall for my car. The dealership service center doesn't answer any of the phones. That sounds about right. What dealership? You should give them a bad review. They care a lot about that. Do you think there's anything to the Credit Suisse troubles Media is actually playing it up, so I'm extra skeptical. I mean, what do you think? No. What do you think? What do you think's gonna happen if Credit Suisse fails? That's my question. Me too. I closed half my VIX stuff last week. Nice. Is now a good time to close roll cat October 170s or wait to see if it maintains that level past Wednesday? Well, they're in the money now, right? So you can set stops, but the need to close them is diminished significantly. I closed October 165s last week when it hit 168 and rolled them forward to November. I don't know if I'll do the same with 170s, but that's more my own positioning than anything else. Like I already have November 170s, so I don't need to roll forward my October ones. I'll just take profit. Are you still in your 100 cat calls that didn't get stopped out Friday? If so, it must be nice. It's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. It's great when you buy the wrong shit and it works out for you. Although, hard to gloat about it. So when market down, Revlon big down, market up, Revlon still down. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's enough for a little bit of price improvement, but not a lot, Ricardo. The ETF FTDs are still kind of small. They're maybe a little better than they were in September, but also XRT's on reg show. So and the first day of forced settlements on the 11th. So that may give us an unexpected boost outside of the data that we have. I'd just be prepared for it, but I wouldn't, put a lot of money on it. If CS goes boom, it'll be just like what happened to the dinosaurs. Most of us will die. The rest will turn into birds. No, the Fed will step in and support their positions and give them tons and tons of money. No one's allowing, contagious failure to occur in the derivatives market. It's just not going to happen. If Macy's could please break 1650, that'd be cool. So you're saying the birds will receive a stimulus package and support the drone overlords? Exactly. Based on science, we'll all turn into birds. Based on science, we've kind of flattened our evolutionary curve, right? Do you imagine how much money I'm going to make when I can start to afford to hold SPX contracts longer than 30 to 45 seconds? I can imagine how much money you'll lose when you can hold them for longer than 30 to 45 seconds. When will the stream become too big to fail and the Fed will step in to cover our losses? We're a long ways away from that right now. Are we all buying CS right now? Seems like a rock solid buy. No. Just because there's not a lot of downside left doesn't mean there's a lot of upside. Strangles. Short strangles on human evolution. Pindlebot. Bipolar bird 722? Oh, maybe. Potential head and shoulders on the SPY. Yes. Or just an uptrend. Not all uptrends are head and shoulders. You know, sometimes they continue for multiple iterations. And every time you're here, you're like, oh my God. And then you do it again. And then again. I can't see the GME chart. Oh, because it's not on the screen. Same like Tesla. Hold on, I gotta check my spreads on Sava. Ah, you piece of shit. No, okay. That was a good choice. Happy with that. What would you consider confirmation of a reversal on the SPY? The first confirmation would have been VIX under 30, SPY above 36.50. We've already seen that today. So it's looking really, really good so far. That was a big move. Almost up 200 basis points. I'd say that's a nice recovery. Maybe not, you know, a bear rally yet, but looking really, really strong. Yeah, lots of internalization on Upstart. I didn't go to the Martha's Vineyard party. For a trailing stop, would you use bid, ask, or last? Just like the market order, last. AML is now pumping. Your show is better than the Kramer's one. Thanks, man. I guess. 5:30 minutes looks a rejection here would continue the downtrend. Yes, I agree. Although the VIX falling below 30 is a big deal. I'm not putting jade lizards in pickles picks. No, the bounce isn't confirmed above the gamma flip point. I'd say 3,700 is like, I mean, this is already a confirmation. Like this is a bounce. A continued bounce, more upside, 3,700. Are you still planning to add to your cosmetics inventory when it hits 475? If it hits 475. Why is no one asking about APRN anymore? Is it because it's down 30%? Probably. That's usually when people stop asking about off-brand D-specs. Don't worry, the next round of bullshit I have to get out ahead of is already on the table with GT2, which is just a fucking shady pump and dump. Some TQQQ, a decent idea for a short-term trade now. I averaged down my TQQQ position a little bit. I don't expect its recovery to be quite as good as like the S&P or Dow. So, I wouldn't target too far out of the money. Wasn't the CPM color put side past quarter sell to open meaning bullish? That's on them closing all the legs back in August. That's them closing all the legs back in August. They didn't close all the legs back in August. It's like a fixed position. Colors are slightly bullish because you own the underlying, right? It's like slightly bullish but scared of the downside. Apple going to rip to 145 on today. Will carry SPY to 370. I offer no analysis to justify this position. If Apple breaks 148, like Vega neutral, that's a big deal. And then, yeah, Apple could start to push the markets. Tesla's really not helping the SPY out a lot today. Apple really isn't either. A little bit. AMD's up 4%, which is nice. What signs would you look to see another potential 250 BPS move like last Wednesday on the SPX versus moving within a tighter range like 100 BPS? We're already up 200 BPS today on SPX. Do you have a PT for TQQQ? Like 24. It's not very high. Mostly just because I don't want to stay in it for very long because tech's volatile. I'll probably start setting stops at like 2368, 25. It could move back up to 28, but it's kind of risky. Maybe 30. But yeah, I'd definitely put some stops on it. I have like 50 contracts on TQQ right now. So I don't want to take too many chances with it, and they're kind of underwater. What are your thoughts on AMD going forward? We don't have a confirmed rally on the SPY yet. Nasdaq's slow to recover, so cautiously optimistic. Calls are sold on the collar. SPY 370, 1021 were scaring me a bit. I'm not planning on holding a long time, but I might roll them out anyway to hold off the theta decay. Thoughts on that contract strike? It's not terrible. I have a lot of SPX 3700s. I don't have anything on the SPY, but I'm also targeting a similar range. Expirations on TQQQ, October 21st and November 18th. October 21st, November 18th. I only have 20 contracts for November and then 29 contracts for October 21st. That's kind of an annoying number. There we go. Of course the puts are bought. It's a collar. The fucking strategies in the equity fund fucking paperwork. You can just look up JPM equity collar and read the whole fucking PDF on the fund strategy. No problem, man. Not terrible is better than most of my portfolio right now. That's an upstart suppression today. Let's see, how's upstart doing? Ooh, fun. I don't know if I'd call it suppression. I mean, it's performing about as terribly as GME and Tesla are. It's on Reg Show. They don't want it to run. Bounce in the market right now is obviously not good for them. Ooh. Minus a call on a put to buy a lower put. There are a lot of in the money puts bought. That's what I mean by suppression. I mean, that's the only way they can effectively short it, right? Without jacking up the borrow rate. Turk Lopfer. Hmm. That name seems familiar, yet different. Robot taking over. $500,000 GME shares returned this morning if nobody has mentioned it. Good to know. That's on UUP. Hmm. Why not just play Dixie? You know, I don't love the upside of the dollar for the next 2 months because I think if it keeps moving up, we're gonna start to see like treasury sell-offs from Japan and dollar sell-offs from China. Um, yeah, you could, and we know rate hikes are gonna go through regardless. So there's some potential still left in it. The decay isn't that fast, Yaga. Has manufacturing data come out yet? Any thoughts? I think it should be. Let's see. ISM came in under. ISM PMI came in under. Directionally, slightly. Price pressures continue to ease. 51.7, the lowest since June 2020. Companies are adjusting to future lower demand. Headcounts, hiring freezes, and attrition to lower levels. Medium and long-term demand more uncertain. Okay. Yeah, so ISM purchasing managers index is down a bit. Mostly slowing in factory growth and employment. New orders down. But price pressures are easing, which is really good. This may be, that easing and price pressures may be one of the reasons we're seeing so much interest in Dow. All in on Tesla weeklies, this has to be the bottom. Has to be? I mean, it could be, yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Where the fuck did Tesla go? Hmm. Maybe a retest of 240. The 240 level is really strong support, but there's not a lot of bull side pressure yet. At like 245, 250, right? Because of the overnight drop. So there's nothing there. It's got to build up. It could take a couple days. I don't know if weeklies are the right play. Nice, wrongly rightish. I like the so your new strategy is inverse yourself. Yeah, I mean, we're coming up on the midday on the SPY right now, right? So momentum's gonna die down a bit. I think if you need to inverse yourself in order to score a win, wrongly rightish, there may be something fundamentally flawed with your approach. Rip my Tesla CSPs at 265. Thanks a lot, Optimus Crime. How far dated are they? A Raytheon? Um, I don't. I don't hate it right now. Earnings are coming up. Lockheed? That's not Lockheed. LHX? Kind of the same things going on here. Also have earnings coming up. Earnings could be good. October 21, Tesla 275, 265Cs. They're a bit pricey, right? Yeah, not terrible. 270s I like a little better, but hey, I'm starting to catch a little bit of a bid. I'm still not interested until it stabilizes above 1614. I don't think I need to rush into it. Volatility's pretty low. I'm short dollar, long other currencies like yen and pound. I'm long yen. I'm not short the dollar yet. Shorting the dollar might be a mistake there with more rate hikes coming in. Especially if you're like actually short and not short through derivatives. Hey man, I lost a bunch of money, not mine. That's not good. What options should you recommend to recover losses and pay back debt? I've got $3,000. Um, that's not how this works, man. I don't know. It's probably not a good way to approach any strategy. No, still bullish on Rev Popcorn Trader. Nothing, literally nothing's changed. FXY, the long yen ETF. It's FXY. There's also another one I think like YCL, which might be like 3x yen. Two X. It's 2x yen. YCL is 2x yen. Sorry. Foxy? Y'all got any more of that free money? Apparently the free money was buying cat last week. What's your outlook for GME for the week or month? I'm not super bullish on the weekly. But next week I think might be kind of good. That'll really depend on market performance, but they'll try to keep GME with utilization still fairly low, so they'll try to keep GME from breaking out at least till next week, most likely. They'll continue to buy like in the money puts. Where did Chicken Tender Daddy go? I haven't seen a spam in a few days. I'm pretty sure he was spamming the chat after the stream on Friday, right? Join the dance to recover losses. Yeah, if you jerk people off behind Wendy's, you could probably get some of that money back. It's at least more reliable. You can't do calculations, popcorn trader. No bullshit anyone in here. Do you think there'll ever be a point where SS accepts reality, or do you think 5 years from now there'll be like this going to pop off any day now? I think if Cohen moves forward with another like equity grab and dilutes and backtracks all of their CS momentum, that would probably kill the buzz. Of course, that's still like 6 quarters out, and they may not need to. They could always turn to debt. If the Fed starts dropping rates, they may turn to debt instead of doing another share offering. But I'm an engineer. I know. It'll be Rees of RC as edgy. They'll just buy more. They'll be like, it's okay, guys. He's just keeping. I mean, look at AMC, right? That should tell you everything you need to know. They're very locked in on the mindset they're locked in on. It's unlikely to change as long as they keep self-reinforcing. God, I love the markets so much. Okay, at 3,700, I can say fuck the Bears. Are the Credit Suisse rumors a big deal? No. Could it lead to a black swan event that causes memes to rally? Probably not. But I like where your hopium's at. 4,000 shirt off. Bro. I'm not dropping the shirt at 3,700. Have you looked at the spread on WTI and Brent? The short arbitrage opportunities are real there right now. I had an alert this morning reminding me to do that. I haven't. Are you playing them? Cat up 5%. Any pullbacks in sight? I panic sold my position at 171.50. Nice. No, Cat's got some room to the upside, especially if it breaks 172.50. I love how I give price targets like out into December. And people sell like 1% off the bottom. You know, Gary Gensler's right. There's nothing I can ever do to influence anything. If SPX hits 25 and Tesla hits 315, I might actually quit my job and actually leave Michigan for the first time in 30 years. Nice, man. That sounds awesome. I'm in short ARB on oil because 6.5% spread at the moment is too good to pass up. But the uncertainty is high, so I'm playing with really tight risk since WTI is lagging or Brent is leading. I'd be afraid to have exposure into like the OPEC meeting, right? I mean, that's why the arbitrage is there now. Do you think Jimmy will ever get rid of the meme stock stigma? Years from now? It took Apple a long time to get rid of the penny stock stigma. I made breakfast for dinner last night. Ew. Okay, we're done talking. Is there a possibility of a small covering because of FTDs this week on Upstart? I mean, Upstart's ETF FTDs would fall around the same time as GME's. No, GME not same like Apple. Look at Sisyphus just cheering on M. How over leveraged are you in fucking Macy's? If a girl wanted to stop dating you, would it be sufficient just to mention pineapple pizza or breakfast for dinner? Probably, yeah. Pineapple pizza would end things immediately. Is it a good time to buy 35Cs on Rev, or can it go lower? I don't know. They're pretty cheap. I picked up a bunch at 50 cents last week. I think the spread is high because Fed is suppressing WTI with SPR policies. And there's a fear that the UK is going to disrupt trading of the Brent directly on the Euro ICE exchanges. Hmm. Okay. Is that I don't feel like that's a valid fear. Like, does the UK really need to step in there? At least before Saudi Arabia admits that they're not producing enough oil. Any expectation for Fubo to move upwards during the FTD period? It could, yeah. It's already up today. Decently, too, right? Yeah, Fubo's up 5% today. It's that's pretty good. I think UK fear could be the commodities market crashing on the LME, dragging Brent around on the ICE exchange as market panic contagion. Hmm. Okay. If Spry breaks 367, it's on like Donkey Kong. 370. Let's be real about where all the fucking call volume is. Thoughts on the Credit Suisse situation? I don't really care about it right now. We'll see what happens with their turnaround plan on the 27th. I mean, oil did rocket during the summer, right? We were all there and mostly exposed to it twice. I mean, it didn't like squeeze, but there's a woman on my route who won't stop whining about the value of AMC and her ape shares being diluted and worthless. This woman is actually a business owner. Uh, yeah, I mean, a lot of people that own AMC probably are. Do you think Tesla will test 250 this week? It could. It's a risky bet if you're trying to play it on weeklies. You don't have to be smart to own a business. I should know. Thanks for saying that for me, Idaho Beef. My middle name is Weeklies. Your middle name is Dan. Looking to enter Fubo CSPs, is it better to get near term or long term if getting at the money? It's a good question. Um, hmm. Probably near term. I mean, do you want it signed or do you not want it signed? Maybe that's the better question. Do you want to tie up a bunch of capital and not be assigned, or do you want to be assigned and maybe get a slightly cheaper price than at market? Dixie's legging down again. No, I wasn't emo in high school. Sorry if you answered this away. I had to step away for work. Why does Rev follow the market if it's not in any ETFs? It's because it's still in active traded mutual funds. They're smaller, but they still have an effect on the price of the stock. It doesn't take a lot of volume to move Rev's price. Didn't VIX forward contracts or like the contract in front open today at like 60% weighting, right? No problem, Saman. What's your expectation of Apple going to 148? 2 weeks, end of month? I think if the SPY starts to push up into the 3,700 range, we'll see Apple move up. Thoughts on oil? Yeah. I mean, I have Oxy, so I already have exposure. I really don't care about playing like the oil market or oil commodities. I've played oil futures in the past. It's not really my thing. So equity exposure is better for me. But a couple of 11Cs on Rev to see what I could get on a small run because the delta was pretty high and they were at like 115. Bad buy. I mean, I don't know. What are they at now? Fubert breakout? Oh, nice. I picked up another 500 shares at 370. Wheat's still holding 9. Looks good. Think about getting some Nordstrom's exposure. Not yet, but soon. Ooh, M's almost in my target range. Still not holding above 1614, but looking better. Upstart's starting to move up above VWAP a little bit here. Ew. Actually, that's not that bad. Yeah. All right. Go, Tesla, go. Oh, it moved back down. Is this where I buy it? No. We should just playing rep minis. Yeah, that still looks really good. Spy's looking good. Another test. 36. Fubo breakout if it hits 1380. Or 380. Hold on. Take a look here. Ooh. It's interesting. Fubo's looking pretty good. I don't know if Fubo breakout above 1380 or 380, but GN and VN are like right at the same level and bounces off of Vega, like when GN bounces off Vega neutral, it's kind of bullish. That'd be neat to see how that plays out. Pickles picks are generally long holds with a minimum time horizon of 2 months. This is a clown market though, so sometimes the move happens that week. Yeah. Usually 2 weeks to 2 months. The book is thick as fuck. That's on semiconductors to this rally. I know you mentioned AMD a few weeks ago, but has anything changed? Not really. I mean, Nasdaq's underperforming still, which is not great. You say semiconductors, but the only ones I'd be interested in would be Nvidia or AMD. There's not that the time to January is like it's still like 108 DTE. Gilgamesh, King of Dans. They're still pretty far out. I picked up another 100 Rev Jan 35s. They're too cheap to turn down right now. I kind of agree with you. I've been buying a lot of them. Yeah, the chain on Rev does need to fill in. But it's better if institutions do that, right? I still think that Merrill bought 400,000 shares so they could lend them to themselves. So I've been doing like diagonal is the best way to describe them. Tungsten, but on the drop, I was overnight straddling, but buying more theta on the long leg, more leverage on the short leg. Right? So all my profits from the straddles are locked up and the long calls left floating. But it also lets me enter long positions basically free or at a slight discount. Is there any evidence that the Rev 35s are being hedged at all? No. Did you watch Hot D last night? What? What is that? Do you still have your docu-leaps? I bought 170s because there was decent OI, and they were priced a little better than the 200s. They simply aren't trading at all, though. Probably not a lot of interest on the 170s. But yeah, I still have the way out of the money ones. Just bagging them. I mean, risk isn't low, but when the market's moving 200 BPS every day, it helps offset that a lot. House of the Dans? No, I didn't watch House of the Dragons. I haven't finished watching Game of Thrones. But you can't finish reading Got. Because the fucking guy can't end the series. It's his own fault. But do yourself a favor. I've heard. How many more years in New York till you sound like a New Yorker? Probably never. I've gone this long without sounding like one, and I was born and raised here, so. Any concerns if SPY can't break 365 and hold? Yeah, that'd be. I mean, it's already broken 365 and held for a little bit. It's hard to do what you're doing without like 8K. It's like 120 grand of like leverage every night. It's expensive as shit. but it's really fun. Well, it's fun when the calls print. If they don't, it's less fun because then you made, 300 grand on puts that's completely unrealized. How many more years before you start talking with a southern drawl and looking at the order book, calling prices out? Oh, Jesus. Never. I have like running 3-to-1 leverage on oil and having it move 3 to 5% against you in one day. Yeah, very similar. How far out do you usually sell your GME weekly? If we have a real like volumetric run and we break gamma max, then further. But oh, Dunstan, that's a play that you'd probably like. Did you see the Sava one? That one's really good on like your account margins. I feel that you probably know how to manage a spread. Sava, I was in them like first thing this morning, and they're already up like 16, 17%. Is that innuendo? Of course. Palantir is a pile of steaming shit. Uh, unless you have a really good reason to play Palantir, I wouldn't. They are not making money yet. In fact, their revenues are dropping somehow. Yeah, it's bouncing up from oversold, massively oversold, Mike the Legend. Bullish divergence. My goal at this point is to be comfortable with my position prior to 1013. An announcement of not delisting will send the stock up. ETF buy-ins and real interest back. Calls will pricier. Yeah, calls will pricier. You're not wrong on that. Where are you going, SPX? Just a little pullback. Relax. It's midday. Volume's dropping off. We're not gonna break like 3,700 without a serious fucking push. And we'll need volume and like interest for that, and it's not gonna probably come to the latter part of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back into like the 650, 3650, 3630 range. If we rally the next few weeks, is Upstart gonna rip? No one knows. That's the beauty. Upstart is a difficult position to manage for whoever is short Upstart right now. I kind of discussed this yesterday, but basically they shorted the fuck out of Upstart, and then the market started coming down, and other shorts piled in, and now the short positions in Upstart are overcrowded, which has led to FTDs and reg show inclusion, not only of Upstart, but its largest liquidity source, the BOTS ETF. So with that much of a liquidity draw on Upstart over the last couple months, there's going to have to be a re-release of liquidity or a re-release of volume to obtain liquidity, right? And get Upstart off of Reg Show. I don't think the position is manageable on Reg Show for a long period of time, given the amount of in-the-money puts they're already buying to suppress price. So something's got to give. Exposure to that's probably really profitable. I'd like to expose myself to it. Don't worry. It's okay, Girks BMG. Stop loss is grabbed on SPY and now back up. We'll see. And stagnation. This is middle day chop. Leaps for upstart or nearer term? My closest dated contract right now is November. It didn't move for OPEX, so you got to go further out. November 18s with probably the intention of moving those forward to December by, if there's nothing, by like before October 14th. So I'm gonna hold the November 18s through October 14th, and if there is no price improvement by then, I'll move them forward to December. I'm getting like I have pretty broad exposure to Upstart. I have shares, quite a lot of them now, 7,500. I have calls for November, December, and Jan. The longer it stays on Reg Show, the better it is. Especially if it's continuing to be shorted with no effect on the borrow rate. Fubo uptrend only as strong as the relief rally? Probably. Yeah, averaged down a little bit. Just to get my shares kind of closer to the current price. What's your current cost basis? Hold on, let me take a look. $23.13. So a little better. If we get a little bump for ETF FTDs, that'd be great. Because then I can sell some cover calls on them. IV's pretty high, so decent covered calls. Tesla is so painful to watch when you're 3x long for all of 2022, and it keeps dropping like a shoe. Victor, you're 3x long in a bear market. I feel like I had this conversation with you in August of last year, and you completely ignored me. Hang tight. Welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. You say you're thinking that Morgan Stanley's big Rev purchase is being used to control Rev's price. No, I think Morgan Stanley's big Rev purchase was bought so they could borrow their own shares to short the stock. I've never done a Jar Jar Binks impression in my life. Sploosh. How dare you? I hate Star Wars. Why? Before all of you Star Wars fans ask, because it's bad. It's a bad story. The first 3 movies were better. The second 3 and everything that followed that was terrible. Besides the Rebel one, that was okay. I haven't really watched The Mandalorian. Yeah, Rogue One. That was it. Rogue One was okay. But everything else has been bad. All the other Star Wars movies are terrible. Hard to watch. Cringy. The acting in them is fucking atrocious. No, shorting the stock is a bet that the stock will go down in the future. It's not controlling the price. Can you talk on the relationship between bonds and the S&P? Bonds getting slaughtered. Is this bullish? No. Not really. I mean, over time it could be. Who the fuck is Brie Larson? I don't know who that is. My mom? Oh, okay. It's a type of cheese? Famous gamer Brie Cheese Larson? Nice. Whoever said Tesla bottomed owes me $95. I said it didn't. It was like right here. And I was like, I'm not gonna buy it yet. I was correct. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. What do you think of the Fed emergency meeting? It's not a fucking emergency. It's an expedited procedure, which all of their closed door meetings are. I lost 15 bucks on the 300C, but I clawed back one of those dollars on the last small bounce. Watch out, DFB. There's a new trader on the block. I mean, it sounds like you're killing it. Do you see Ivy spiking at all this week? I would love to take advantage for covered calls. Not really. At least not right now. Generally, during this period, IV doesn't go up a ton. You're more betting on the opportunity to sell higher delta with less risk
then you're really betting on the opportunity to get an IV bump. Like during the ETF FTD periods, even when we move up quite a bit, like 20%, it's usually really slow and IV barely moves. August was a bit of an exception to that, but all the other ETF FTD periods have had a very, very small increase in IV outside of like the intraday, obviously. Like the morning IV rush can be kind of high, but it's really hard to sell like a lot of covered calls in that tiny window. If by it you mean my port, then yes. There's no mechanics behind them. They're just the neutral point and the Greeks on the options chain for GME or whatever stock we're doing them on. Which for some reason still isn't SPX. I want to block out all the light. There we go. This is better. Kirk is a Sith. Always have been. Could you sell t-shirts? I want a t-shirt. But then everyone will think I'm a shill. Oh, wait. I'm gonna get sued by Disney if I keep this hood on for too long. Is this the famous hacker Anonymous? Not gonna lie, I'm pretty bullish on GME right now. I'm also bullish ish. But not right now, like a few days. Don't say right now. People are gonna just get excited. Target price on cat? I don't know. What time frame? These are not the stocks you're looking for. I'm telling you, cutting diary, which can jack up your sinuses massively, improved my seasonal allergy experiences. Oh, dairy. Yeah, I'm not cutting dairy. Ever. I'd rather have allergies. Thank you, regards, Kiki. But, I mean, you're talking about cutting out. It's like cutting out my soul. A life without Pecorino Romano isn't a life worth living. If I ever became lactose intolerant, I would spend my days sitting on the toilet eating platters of cheese, screaming in pain while I enjoyed every succulent bite. Worth it. The mouse is on the way with the subpoena. Tesla shares are looking kind of bussin'. What are your thoughts? Like, what do you mean? You want to buy Tesla to own in this market after they came out with a robot and lowered their fucking manufacturing expectations? Well, they didn't lower them, but the numbers did. Here's my corrected statement. I'm pretty bullish on GME. Wrong now. Nice. Much better. Fubo's news release this morning is actually pretty bullish for long-term growth. I know. Fubo's awesome. The numbers are huge when it comes to landing contracts or new content. Remember when only watching GME all day was enough? I mean, we could go back to that if you want to, JC. Hard cheese is okay. You can cut the pecorino romano. Just cut milk and ice cream. I barely eat milk and ice cream. It's like pretty rare. Most of it's just cheeses. Various cheeses. Not too many soft cheeses. Some of those are weird. What's desktop metal? If you guys ever want to try a really awesome Italian cheese, try this. It's called Fulvi. This stuff is fucking amazing. Like, we've all had Parmigiano Reggiano. We've all had Pecorino Romano, right? But Fulvi, it's real interesting. Very nutty. I hate Tesla. Tesla back to 240. Also, Sling TV and Dish Network lost the rights to ESPN. Fubo's long-term outlook is looking better. Nice. So far, I was ahead of like 2 upgrades. Both of those upgrades left their target price the same, but upgrades nonetheless. That's on Monterey Jack. Is that the Is that like the white cheese with the peppers in it? Don't tempt me. I'm already on a Gruyere kick. Get tempted. What do you put Fuvi on? How do you eat it? You use it, I would imagine cream sauces would be very good. I don't know if you could just put it directly on pasta. You know what? You probably can. You know what? It's like Grana Padano, but more picante. I got CCs out expiring this week. ETF FTD start the 6th. Smart move to buy back CCs the morning of the 6th. Probably. That's usually what I do. Obviously, I mean, you can try to wait it out. Asiago is good too. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna make it with carbonara and make all the Italians angry. You know, the first time I had it, it was with carbonara. Or, well, it was the cheese in the carbonara. And I was like, what is this beautiful cheese? And they told me, and I went and bought some. Pecorino Toscano, or Bito, is even better than Fulvi. I've never had Bito. I've had Pecorino Toscano. Close. And Monterey Jack's just like that shit that comes in a block at like Aldi. That's not a real cheese. It's just whey proteins. It's like what, elevated American cheese? Walmart cheese. Apple bounce outperforming SPX, leading indicator of another leg up. Leading indicator of my fucking Apple calls printing. Apple 145Cs to the moon. No, Buca di Beppo is the best Italian restaurant franchise. Olive Garden is inedible. Shit. Emmentaler? Emmentaler is really good. You ever have the cheese with maggots in it? No. You can't eat that in the US. You have to like go to Sardinia. And gross, right? You want maggots, crunchy little maggots jumping around in your mouth? It's nasty. Maggiano's greater than Buco de Beppo? Some dishes, sure. They both suck though. McDonald's is a famous Irish restaurant. Wouldn't it be Scottish? I think it stinks, Dunstan. I'd like to listen to Soft House while playing Pi-Fi, and it morphs his ramblings and ravings about food of the Midwest into the whimsy of a muse. Huh. Interesting. Favorite Italian restaurants in New York? Carbone, Via Carrata, Isodi, and uh, what's a fourth one? No, because that's just kind of like pizza. Kisaima is really good. Carbone. Carbone. Sava spread works great. I know, right? 50% return on margin? Hard to beat. Nuovo Vesuvio. No. Carbone is overrated. Yeah, a little. It's still good though. Resdora? No, I haven't. I've heard of it though. Should I get a burrito for lunch today? Whatever makes you happy. Dork. I have a couple of my friends wanted me to try Lartusi. That place looks kind of good. I might go there like this weekend. Olio e Pui. Willow Glen, SJ used to be a huge Italian community. You know, I've eaten at some supposedly good Italian restaurants in San Francisco, and they were not good. Like Del Popolo, I think it was called. Popolo. I didn't like that place. And Que Fico was also gross. Not a lot. I haven't, to be fair, I haven't spent a lot of time in San Francisco. Minimal amounts of time there, but I do not speak fluent Italian at all. What is this Sava spread you speak of? Bro, get the fuck out of here. How does one construct such a spread? Still giving you cash that's merely a pittance. 13 months here, 16. No Crawfords, good riddance, agreed. Chuckling, gambling, letting it ride. Carl's stream not forgotten. Freg's day will not die. Hugs at $40. Love Bob. Thanks, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Diamond Hand your hopium, Fubo Rev. I mean, Revlon, my calls on Revlon are up. Or at least my like $5 calls, the ones that I care about, are up. If Revlon runs at any point, I'll worry about the other strikes I have. That's what those are there for. The Revlon is just, you know, either it goes up or it doesn't, which I'm okay with. What's a Sava and what's a spread? It's what you, well, the spread is what you put on your Sava, popcorn trader. I think it's a type of hummus. $16 man. YouTube's a scam these days. I don't know how to say Guybrush in Farsi. Should I still care about GME besides CCs? Of course, it's hard to move on. Yeah, I mean, but not right now. Price target on cat for 1 hour time frame. 171.20. Grimaldi's in Brooklyn. I don't like Grimaldi's. I like Scars. So it's always the same three: Scars, Le Industry, and Prince Street. Prince Street when I don't feel like going to Brooklyn or Chinatown. I have a gripe with most Italian restaurants. Your food's supposed to be cheap and simple, but they make simple pasta dish ridiculously expensive, defeating the whole idea of the cuisine. Yeah, because they've elevated it, right? I will say sometimes it's really hard to choke down like a $45 bowl of pasta. Even if it tastes good. I'm up $3 in Upstart, but down $400 on Spy Puts. Is this the way? I told you it was gonna fucking bounce. You cocky fuck. That's what you get. Have you been to Spumoni Gardens in Bushwick? Yeah, it's okay. Again, not my favorite. I like Scars because they just nail New York pizza and Prince Street too. Like not Prince Street's spicy pepperoni fucking like focaccia they make, which everyone goes there for. But like Prince Street's just basic pie, like cheese or pepperoni or whatever, is really good. Scars is better. The industry I like because it's like a really interesting blend of, you know, Neapolitan and New York styles. So it's like that really high gluten, fluffy crust, but you know, cooked on like the high heat, so you get that crisp, like that crisp New York bottom that you're looking for in New York pizza. And the way they've done it, also like the freshness of their ingredients, the tomatoes they use, the sauce is really good there. Like the industry is probably my favorite place to go for pizza. And then like Scars and Prince Street are like where I end up for pizza. What did you say, BMG? You definitely got fucking filtered here. It's like those fucking assholes whose goal it is to elevate a margarita pizza. Like it's supposed to be 4 ingredients on dough. Yeah, I understand getting enraged by it. Most of the best Italian food you can make is probably still at home. Trying to cut carbs. Really appreciate this conversation. No problem. Mbagaton, you got it, man. You spoke on Sunday about the Fed having something in place to prevent another 2008 crash from happening. Yeah, so instead of, bailouts going out, through Congress to the banks, like what happened with AIG and all of that back in '08. Now the Fed, they've changed a bunch of the statutes around Dodd-Frank and stuff after '08. And so, not only are investment banks uh ability to leverage their capital far more controlled than it was previously. The Fed now has systems in place where they can step in the event of a bank failure immediately to rectify that failure. The same way the FDIC can step in for a bank that has no funds, right? They just come in and take over. Rip Glass-Steagall, yeah. Roberta's isn't bad, but yeah, it's not my type. My type of pizza, really. It's not bad. I just don't really like it that much. Carbonara, best Italian dish if you know how to make it. Have you ever eaten at Blaze Pizza? Unfortunately, yes. Oh fuck! I forgot to write about Chipotle Mexican Grill. Son of a bitch. What's it at? Hold on. Oh, thank God. Okay. What was this before? I don't remember what stock I was looking at. I was dreamy. Thanks for reminding me about Chipotle by talking about Blaze Pizza. And the USO saw making carbonara with bacon, oh lord, and cream. Best pizza in Orange County, California. Um, it's in Newport Beach on the corner of 17th and Irvine. I think it's called Al's. It's the only place that you can eat pizza in Orange County, Pong. And it's not that great, but it's better than anything else you're going to find. Get slices. Don't order a whole pie. I don't care if Chipotle has gone downhill. I know it has. That's not why I'm interested in it. Did you ever eat at Chakra in Irvine? No, I don't think so. Kind of far. Domino's it is. It's slang for a pizza. Your pie is not my pie. I mean, you're calling me a Yank, so I presume you live in the UK. Um, I think our pies are similar to your pies, except we call pizzas pies. All the other pies are the same. What's the least bad chain of places, in your opinion? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Don't feel bad. I make carbonara with prosciutto, like prosciutto di Parma, instead of pancetta, and I've been scorned by fellow Italians in the past. But you know what? Fuck them. That's the Irish in you. Do you have a recession themed pizza pie recipe for the poorest today? Have you seen the price of wheat, Chakuseki? Pizza's no longer for the poorest. It's really hard to get. You're supposed to make it with guanciale, but you can make it with pancetta too. You're wrong, Irish cowboy. It's really hard to get guanciale in New York or in America in general. It's hard to find. I made carbonara with spam before. That's so fucking gross. Easy to make though. You can cure guanciale easily in your fridge. Yeah, that sounds like a thing that I'm not gonna do. You hate pineapple and you hate spam. Do you hate Hawaii? I don't think either of those things are endemic to Hawaii. I mean, they're there now, but they're not originally from there. They're invasive foods. I'm pretty sure the pineapple was brought to Hawaii and spam was definitely brought to Hawaii. It's not like I was like, oh, I despise pua, which I do. It's gross. But okay, poke isn't real. It's just bad sushi. How long would you hold near but out of the money spy calls that expire on 10/14? I don't know. I mean, the two times I've been to Hawaii, I'm going to be honest, I didn't like it very much. The first time I went to Hawaii, I went to Honolulu, and I thought I'd gotten a lot hotter until I realized that the entire city was just awash with prostitutes. I was like, man, I must be really good looking tonight or something. No. My confidence was destroyed. Corporations like Goldman Sachs bought entire subdivisions in Florida that are now underwater. Same like BBBY longs. Can we get like a meme of a flood and BBBY shareholders like reaching out of the waters? Is it too soon? I don't think so. It's best to have it while the meme is fresh. Florida, same like ocean now. Okay, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Poke is what happens when you want to eat sushi, but you have a dull knife. Here's what I don't understand. When a wave hits Florida, how come it doesn't just go over the entire state? Like, isn't all of Florida below sea level or at sea level? Something about magnets? I don't know. You know, everyone was worried about building the wall on the border, but they really should have just built it around Florida. It's all the big condos stopping the waves. The last hurricane, my buddy lost all his stuff, and I asked him why you didn't invest in a houseboat instead. You'd be fine right now. He blocked me for a month. Nice. Listen, if you can't, if you have friends that you can't make fun of, like they can't handle it, they're probably not worth having as friends. Best way to get exposure to orange juice or oranges, California. Doesn't California grow like the same amount of oranges as Florida? As a Floridian, I have to ask people outside of Florida, was something of value lost? So far, all I've seen are photos of 1970s trailer houses 6 inches above sea level on Sanibel Island destroyed. That's all of Florida, dude. Even when I see like big opulent mansions in Florida, really, I just see a trailer. Like a trailer with pillars. I can't help it. It happens every time. Can we get some good TA on the spy? I already did the fucking TA. We have the capitulation, Pimento. I don't know what more you want from me. What mean essentially when the volume on GME is low as fuck and a perspective of potential unclosed short and derivatives positions? It just means that those don't exist. And the interest is waning. Why do you hate California? The people or no, just most of the people. I've met some really cool people in California. Are my 190V October's doomed? They were near the money when I bought them. You didn't average down or roll out or manage your position at all. You just bought 190s at the money and sat on them for 2 weeks. At least Secure survived. Orange County greater than Los Angeles, low bar. Are you expecting Fubo to break out of this sideways correction soon or more chop? Will it only move significantly through market mechanics? Edwin, I don't care what Fubo does. It's a 2-year to 5-year buy and hold. I don't give a shit about its price right now, except that it's cheap, so I bought some more. Well, there you go. I answered it, Ryan Malhan. So you say that you just don't have enough money yet. Once you hit 100 million, you'll buy a big condo in Florida and live here in the winter for 6 months, like all rich people do. I'm not gonna really live there. I'll pay like an assistant to live there and collect my mail, like all rich people do, and then live somewhere good, like like Italy, south of France. Why the fuck would I live in Florida? Rich people don't live there. They just have tax havens there. It's not an enjoyable climate. When I scratch my butt through my trousers and it stinks, do I need to change my trousers or just my hands? Just wash your hands, but don't sniff them, especially if you're in public. Can you just start a fund already? I know you have to be approved to partake, but we can send you our options application form for Fidelity. We're all billionaires with 1,000 years experience. Is the pimento chart green olive yet? I don't think we've broken into the fleshiest part of the olive. But we are moving a little bit more into the green zone. Here, I'll turn up the transparency here so you can really get an idea. Oh, wait, no. That's just made the price action completely opaque. So we're almost fully out of the pimento into the slightly moldy crust of the olive whole. But we're not yet in the juicy olive meat. Fuck you. This olive's amazing, all right? I finally figured out a way to display the effects of theta and price on the options chain in a chart that people could actually understand. Gradient olive for us. I've been in Florida in the winter. It's muggy and awful even then. It's just not as hot. It's not like I've never been to Florida. I don't know what you're talking about, regards Kiki. Can you talk on how silver is up, bonds are down, yet the market is up? It all seems contradictory. Is there a bigger picture I'm missing? Yeah. It's a value shift. Bullish. Sector shifts are awesome. People are taking money from things and putting them into value companies and investments, many of which are tracked by the large indices, not so much NASDAQ, which is why NASDAQ's kind of underperforming. New York is plenty muggy and hot in the summer. It is. That's why I don't go outside. I've been to Miami and inland Florida, both during the winter and summer. Billionaire is what you make of it. A non C-SPAN. Did you close your GME cover calls? Yeah. First thing this morning after the drop. Got a nice like 20% on them. 25%, maybe? I don't remember. Update on pool construction. It appears to be done, but not full. And they're building a green, what I can only describe as a greenhouse on top of it. Why? Why did I close my GME cover calls? Oh, because if the market ripped hard, GME would move up. And I didn't want to buy them back for more money than I sold them for. Like the theta wasn't worth much, so why hold it? My takeaway so far, I've been too emotionally attached to GME to be rational. That's fair. So Dow is like the canary in the coal mine. When we see Dow start to make moves, we can expect SPY to follow, and lastly, tech QQQ stocks. Actually, the Russell 2K is the canary in the coal mine, not the Dow. But yeah, right idea, just incorrect order. The Gulf Coast? All right, BMG. I'll never go to the Gulf Coast of Florida. Ever. How many buttons do you button on a button up with buttons? Am I wearing a tie? If I'm wearing a tie, all of them. No, smaller companies are generally more efficient and have less debt. If there's a corporate debt crisis, which there is a little bit, and corporate bonds are failing, that'll hit bigger companies far harder than smaller ones. That's why a recession and under these conditions is so positive for GME, because they have no fucking debt. And a lot of smaller Russell 2K companies are fairly light on debt. They're far more efficient. Efficient companies are very good when you're dealing with a recession. We're getting the Gulf Coast now, Gurk. Huge geriatric population. You know what it smells like here? Depends. Nope, that was it. That's he. It wasn't depends on something. He's talking about an adult incontinence underwear. When you travel, do you have to buy 2 plane tickets to compensate for your extra legs? I don't know. You just rent a jet. It's actually shockingly cheap. Where do you see Cat's price hitting by December? I mean, if the market keeps moving up, it can move up far faster than December. But I'm targeting like 185 to 190 for December. All of that price action could be realized much faster than that. But I'm giving it time. Like a responsible investor. Centaur Airlines. Are those hair extensions? What? My hair? No? It's just hair. I have lots of it. Way too much. Who the fuck gets hair extensions? Like, just wait. Is buying hair extensions the same as like buying theta? Rev Gen 23 10C are 125, while Rev Gen 35C are 55. Am I overthinking it grabbing 10Cs or 2x delta given Rev's current price? Or is the key part of the play here just the dollar per Vega at 35C? Just trying to learn. The Vega curve on the 35Cs is very attractive. The 10s are good for capturing delta, but the delta is not as reliable as the volatility, right? Revlon has a really tiny float, so volatility spikes really, really hard, whereas price, not necessarily. SPY's holding like 36.50. It's good. Do you think there's a chance that Fed capitulates like B of E and introduces QE sooner than we think? Dust the cobwebs off that printer. Not at all. I don't think the Fed needs to move forward with QE. Not even a little bit. The dollar is sky high. Our currency's strong. We don't need to do shit. And we already have tons of liquidity. It's just not present in the market. It's at my shoulders. Yeah, it's at my shoulders. I'm gonna get a haircut today. It's time to cut it all off. You can't recapture that IV crush, or am I missing something? Well, I mean, it depends on if you sell them when there's IV to crush versus when I sold them when IV was just the same as it is now. Don't do that. Why? It's getting in the way, and it keeps ending up in my mouth when I'm sleeping. I wasn't a poor when I started trading. I was a poor when I was growing up and through college. Um, I had less money when I started trading than I do now. So poorer. Hairbands? Like a ponytail? What am I, Kevin Sorbo? This is dangerously close to man bun. If the SEC revoked your right to trade in the market on the premise that you eat a Jack's pineapple pizza to gain your privileges back, would you challenge them on such an ultimatum? I would sue. I would pay for the lawyer, whatever it costs. I wear headbands because my hair isn't long enough to throw in a ponytail, and folks at work keep comparing me to various tennis players in the 80s, like Bjorn Borg. They don't just say DFV. They don't know about the stocks, do they? You know how hard it is to make friends in the real world when all you want to talk about is stocks? Really hard. No one cares. Even people in finance don't. How long do you see M bouncing around here before moving up? I mean, it's largely based on the market recovery, right? You can't pay 40 a month plus tip for a clean haircut. You're a poor. No, I'm lazy. There's a difference. I've through my accumulation of wealth, I've earned the right not to have to cut my hair all the time. Also, the ladies like it. I don't know why, but they do. Have you ever had aligot? French cheese, butter, salt, and potatoes? Pretty sure in that order. Is that the thing that's like potato paste with cheese in it? It's amazing. It's the same way I've earned the right not to use Excel in my daily life. Do you have the TQQQ chart up today? It's right there. How do you feel about stop loss orders for underlying price at 1990? I don't know what your position is, so I don't know how I feel about it. Are you up? Thanks, Red Ranger. I saw an old interview with Lawrence McMillan where he was saying the new port hedge is to buy 7% out of the money VIX calls every month. Does this really protect from a slow downward bleed? Depends on the market conditions, like macro market conditions. I don't hedge with VIX that way. I hedge in the money, but that's also because of the effects of SLD in the market, like market wide liquidity being widely available. So because there's so much liquidity, the effects of SLD are larger on equities than they would normally be. And so I had to adjust my VIX hedging to take advantage of that. But in a normal bear market or a very long time ago, that would have been fine because of VIX spikes on corrections. Take a look at IWM Russell 2000 ETF. It's formed a beautiful rounded bottom pattern. Show the world you know how we salivate over. Well, I'm already well aware of what IWM is doing. It's way more bullish than the other things. Hold on. Salivate over anything bullish? Maybe I shouldn't show it then. Well, you do, Batty McBadface. Right here in the pickle jar. Keep growing it out. It makes the balds jealous. Yeah, Carl can't ban me. It's kind of the ultimate revenge. Honestly, the most surprising thing about learning stocks in the last 2 years is how much people can't talk intellectually about data. The hate that comes out is unreal. It's bananas. Not even a word. Political economy rules our lives. Better to know it and make money off of it. Yeah, it does. I don't think people understand the influence of the stock market on their day to day lives, broadly speaking. I thought Cohen would release more shares because of DRS. 5 to 6 quarters? They're not releasing shares because of DRS. They're releasing shares because they'll need money. Because it costs money to run a company. If you could have your biggest loss in trading reverse, but you have to eat at Olive Garden and give it a 5-star review, would you do it? No. Absolutely not. Ah, I see what you're saying, BMG. Guys, look, a super stonker has joined us. Hello, super stonker. Have you DRS'd your shares? You should try it. It seems like a really good way to keep people from borrowing them against your will. I love it when super stalkers show up. They're so blatantly obvious. What do you think about Credit Suisse CDS spreads? They're very liquid. Don't forget all these fucking prime banks are sitting on big fat piles of liquidity given to them by central banks over the last 2 years. I'm not gonna invite a barber into my home. What, do I have to sweep the fucking hair up myself then? Critical margin theory, DRS your shares, and seller boxing. All SS trigger words. Yeah. It's amazing that after all this time, none of those facets are fully understood. And fourth on the list, making a roast or braised meats. It turns out exactly how you want it to taste like. Huh. Okay. You have a Roomba army. Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna feed him hair. That would choke him up. I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I named my Roomba Gizmo. It was a great name. Same like pet. I have 2 Roombas, and my friend came over to my house last week and called me a slave owner. And I don't think that's fitting. It seems like too much, right? I'm still not sure if I should be insulted or not. Two sex Roomba. Fubo broke 380. Cool. No, I bought my Roombas pre-Amazon. My problem with it is like I thought it was a joke, like in bad taste, but a joke. But he seemed kind of serious about it. And I'm not good with socializing, in case you guys haven't noticed. Um well, I have a mop Roomba and a vacuum Roomba because I have hardwood floors, not carpets. Gross. Does JFresh sit on them and ride around your apartment all day? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even want to tell him about the cleaning service that comes in once a quarter. I don't think he has a pet, so I can't call him a hypocrite for pet ownership. What if anything might be behind the 5-year CDS spread widening on CS and also some other companies during 2022? I don't know, more risk in the market. Yeah, the market's like down massively. Core positions have fallen. Bond yields flipped. I mean, it's not I don't think it's unusual right now to think that, uh financially banks wouldn't be in the best positions. They will be as, they start to collect more and more money from increased interest rates. I mean, I don't really have any friends. Like I could probably go without most of them forever. Let's describe them as people I know. That's better. Your friend is regarded and probably owns a lot of AMC and BBBY. I don't think he owns either one. Huge short volume to mark an FTD cycle, i.e., T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 for ETF FTDs. I mean, ETF FTDs just come after periods of time where they need to use ETF liquidity or unlock ETF liquidity. The problem GME has right now and why they're so low is that the short vol positions walked away, right? And those positions are building back up. So they do have, some exposure for this next ETF FTD period, but it's lower than it has been in the past. But it's building up, which is bullish, you know, starting to move its way up a little bit. GME doesn't have $1 billion in the bank. Not anymore. They did have $1 billion in the bank. They've been spending that money, which is why we gave it to them. Well, they took it from us. But same. So we're all expecting bears to capitulate their puts, and as a result, a small rally is realized maybe to 4,000. But who says those same bears are still buying those overpriced puts with massive profits that were realized? Too early to say. I mean, they're not going to re-enter positions against the market maker hedge, right? Because that would just be poor timing. I mean, big banks and hedge funds know that when they pull back their puts, you know, the deleveraging is going to push a rally. So why wouldn't they just make money on the rally, pushing the rally even further to buy puts even cheaper? Beautifully put, Dr. Redline. Cough, cough, AMC, AA, please stop talking. Upstart IV dropped a fair bit. October 2135 Cs are really down. Did you not roll them last week? Last week was the roll. You can try to wait for an IV spike, but you're going to be burning like a lot of theta every night. I already rolled the Octobers on Upstart last Thursday. Is take same like give? Is rob bank same like borrow? Kidnap for ransom same like babysit for extra pay? Yeah. Is there a price on Rev where you average down more? 475. I don't know if we'll hit it, but 475. Candy corn is disgusting. It's just like powdered sugar and wax, right? Take it back? Candy corn, same like spooky crayon. Who was eating corn and was like, you know what? This would be great if it was candy. I have no idea. Who makes the candy corn? Brock's? Are they publicly traded? Are you expecting much for Upstart this week? Or is it unlikely to come before the end of forced settlement? What end of forced settlement? There's no end of forced settlement. That's not how that works. Okay, you're definitely pushing all the. Why do you have to do this to me? Because then I have to like go and refresh a website to see what you said. You know what I really can't stand? When people talk out of their ass about topics they truly don't understand and try to sound smart or like they are high roading people. Like, dude, you don't know shit about fuck, so sit down and shut up. I dealt with something similar recently. That's actually my favorite thing that people do. I like to listen to them. I like to give them the time and the audience. It's fun to watch people dig holes. Bro, don't you know I DRS my shares and I know everything? What color are your Roombas? The one is like gray and the other's white. Pearlescent even. Dude, read the DDs. See, this is why 1614 was so important. Nobody makes the candy corn. All the candy corn that has ever been or ever will be made is currently in circulation. What was the thing earlier about if Fubert goes to 380? Nothing. Somebody was asking if Fubert would break 380 and rip. And I said, I don't care. And then I didn't hear back from them. One is gray and the other is obsequious. Thanks, Big Mac. Fubo broke 380. Good for Fubo. I'm so proud of it. You know, here's something fun. After 378 on Fubo, every penny it goes up, I make $2,000. No, I'm just kidding. It's every 10 cents. Unrealized, yeah. It is fun. I like leverage too. A little less now that I moved the zero where it's supposed to be, but I still like it. I do have 20,000 shares of Fubo. I have 20,000 shares of Fubo at 378. I have 25 shares at 350. Nice. Same. I have 100 shares at 450. We're not the same. You know, as long as you feel like a whale, then you're a whale. Can MMD hedge to force the price of a stock to go down? Yes. Yes, they can. When did Upstart begin reg show inclusion? Its first day on reg show began on let's see, I think it was first put on reg. No, first day on reg show was the 2nd. It's already in the forced covering period. Rule 204 is in effect. That's why they're shorting it with out of the money puts or in the money puts. Otherwise, they have to hit the borrow rate, and if they drive the borrow rate up, that's going to bring the bulls in. So they're trying to keep the bulls out and slowly over time bleed out of their short position, but you know, any disruption to that is going to fuck up their strategy. We're sharing Fubo positions, 1,000 at 365. Nice price. A dork is a Wales Johnson, FYI. I'm aware. I think it's slang for, not like a scientific term. Sounds like you can compound that position, Potato Tom, every 8 weeks. No, it's almost $4 now. You're on your way. Nice, Ben. I love selling puts on Fubo. I just can't get assigned. I will reluctantly bathe in my profits when it rips and wonder why I didn't buy calls. This is my existence. Sorry to hear that, man. What's your PT for Fubo? $8 to $13, 1 to 2 years. Are RevJam 30s a better contract than the 35s now that they're priced similarly? Better for Delta, worse for Vega. But, I mean, it's not that alone that pushes the price down. I highly doubt that they're hedging 35Cs at 0.44 delta. Not fully, at least. Follow-up question: what are Delta and Vega? Delta is the measures the impact of changes in the price of the underlying, and Vega measures impact of the change in volatility. Do you see Jimmy going near 40 in the near term? How near? 30 days? Unlikely. 60 days? Sure. 60 days? Yeah. Right? I can see 60 days. I have no idea, Mike. No, I'm not a Roth. I am not a Rothschild. Is that a child of Roth? My father's name was not named Roth. Yeah, he can also just bail Revlon out, which is something a lot of people don't consider. He's done it before. I mean, the MM's not the one keeping the price low, right? The MM is just negatively gamma exposed, and so they're not hedging the upside on those calls because they have no reason to. It's a very similar setup to the way BBBY was before it ran. You know, big put walls. When the put walls crumble and interest picks up, then the price of the stock can run really hard. Not as hard because nobody's buying anything but Jan 35s, but still run. Gherkin, son of Roth. There we go. Oh, still so far from 3,700 though. I mean, if I were him, I would just lend my shares out and then recall them all. Like if I knew I wasn't going out of business. I don't think they have a no hedging agreement or clause in their charter. I'd just let them short and short and short and short. And then I'd recall all my shares and issue a bunch of equity. My analysis free predictions are all coming true. Am I ascending to stock godhood? No, not even fucking close. I couldn't find the charter, but if you have it, can you DM it to me too? And I'll check for it. They're registered in Delaware, but I think the charter's in France. You might have to find it through the French. They're a French company, right? Today I'm going to deposit $1 aka 100% of my cash, into my checking account because I'm short exactly $1 to write a check for preschool tuition, keeping it tight. Nice. That's some fucking money management right there. Isn't that asking for a market manipulation lawsuit? No. That's one of the risks of shorting a stock, is that the lender of those shares can recall them at any time. Just because someone wants to short your stock and you facilitate it doesn't revoke your right to recall your shares. What do you think about Apple October 21 150 calls? Like right now? 145s are a little nicer for October 21st, but I have both. So, how much time do they have to give back the shares you're trying to recall? Um, that depends if you give them time or not. T plus two, generally, but they can force close. So immediately. I mean, that's part of the share lenders agreement. We don't know if Perelman lent out shares or not. And what a great excuse to recall your shares. A delisting hearing for your stock, right? We have no idea. We don't have any visibility on share lending. He could have, potentially. Who gives a shit if they FTD? They still have to buy them in the market. They either have to give you shares or synthetics, one of the two. If they FTD on those, that's their fucking problem. Wouldn't he have to file a form stating that he was going to lend his shares out through McAndrews and Forbes? No, McAndrews and Forbes would just lend the shares out. Probably through a facilitator of some sort, but that wouldn't be like a publicly disclosed contract. Nerve? You guys know that Axe is up 8% today. This is your fault, Popcorn Trader. I have no exposure now because of you. Yeah, Nerve's doing okay today. I'm not really very interested in it. They didn't open options on it. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. All right. When do you think we'll move up and upstart? I don't know. In the next couple months. It'd be in the charter. So either the charter has, so you know how GameStop has a no hedging clause? BMG? Not every company has that. And so in some companies, executives are allowed to trade derivatives on the underlying stock. Obviously, they're not allowed to insider trade, but they can, you know, buy protective puts, for instance, on their positions. Oh, I'm blurry. Michael J. Hold on. Nope, that didn't fix anything. Cool. Blurking it with gherkin it. I'm broke 1614. What is it holding? Starting to. Fubo's just mooning right now. Any advice on putting to sleep a 6-month-old? Laudanum. Knocks them right the fuck out. David Attenborough's Planet Earth. I have a Sava 10, 22, $43 P. It's getting IV crushed. Should I be greedy? I mean, IV's gonna continue to crush. find and download a clip of the BBBY shareholder meeting and just put it on repeat. You guys ever buy copious amounts of Halloween candy and then eat it all before Halloween? I did that. I was like, yeah, I'm going to buy all this candy for trick-or-treaters. But that was a lie. I lied to myself. I've never had a trick-or-treater. I live in a, like, on the 13th floor of a high-rise with gated security at the front, and there's no children here. I feel like you would give out candy if you could, though. No, I'd turn my lights off and eat it all. You know, it was the thing I liked most about my building is it didn't have any weird suspicions about its 13th floor. It's just there. Some buildings it's there. Other ones it's like 12 and then it goes to 14. Which is dumb. Just sit out in front of your building dressed as a super stalker and tell them to DRS. I heard you just wear a purple hoodie for that. Like, I wonder what super stalkers are doing in public to show their solidarity to one another. You just, yeah, every floor is so dork. This is how you do it. You have like 69.1, 69.2, right? All the way up to your floor, which is 69.69. Oh, I want to be rich now. So badly do I want to run into like a hardcore super stalker in public. I just want to see one in the flesh, you know? That's the key word there, rub, bub, rub, whistle fan. Once. Well, because there's a part of me that thinks they're not real. People can't behave like that. It's not normal. They're bots, right? I'm not banned from Superstock. The BBBY sub is worse. Yeah, that one's. I've 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 done a small tour of it. I don't know how it turned into that. Are you selling Fubo CCs? Not today. Remember those fucking pigeons went to the shareholders meeting in Texas? See, those were just hedgy plants, right? Like they went to their interns at the hedge fund and they were like, "All right, guys, we need you to attend the shareholders meeting dressed as white trash from Alabama." Your key focuses should be lack of high school education and a strong subservience to Wiccan ideologies you don't understand. And that was it. And then the interns scrambled and got their clothing together and went to the shareholders meeting. And they were like, "We're the mods of Super Stonk." I met a few in life. They paper hand. They don't know better. It's not that they don't want to learn. It's just that they're not built that way. Fair. If you look at the bottom of page 29, it looks like they have a small boilerplate section labeled Agreement Among Lenders. Also, they have e-signatures from directors of lending firms like First Eagle and SCP Private Corporate Lending. Also, check section 2.23, Change of Lending Office, on page 106 of the document, which alludes to there being a lender agreement. Again, speculative, but it might be there. Ooh. Nice lawyering. You dated a goth girl at some point, didn't you, Gurk? Of course. Some people should just be long-term investors, myself included. Fair. It seems like the SPY option expiration day lately, where the price runs hard or drills for the last 30 minutes of capitulation. Any expectation as to which direction for today? Hmm. The the thing that would capitulate the most today would be puts, because they outnumber calls significantly and the market is up. As terrible as Superstock is, it led me and many others, I'm sure to you. My limited knowledge has been greatly expanded by you, and learning how to actually trade. I appreciate it for that. That's fair, but that's giving something in the past credit that it doesn't deserve in the present. Superstock was great when it first started. It was super cool, and then it went to shit so fast. I worked some back in 2021 when I was still Wall Street Bets, Jimmy, just before Jimmy went crazy the second time. They bought at 70, sold at 50. I tried to explain what I knew. They'd been burnt, ears closed. Probably for life, too, unfortunately. Like, it's only with exposure to markets that you learn how irrelevant losses can be. But when you're not used to it, when you're coming in from the outside, Jesus, that's terrible. Because like once you've exposed yourself to the market, as one does, you realize how quickly money can flow, right? You learn that you can make back losses just as fast as you lost them. But when you come from an outside perspective into the market and you lose like $3,000, you're like, I'm never fucking going near that again. And most people will, that's it for life. They're done. I mean, think of the Great Depression and the generational effect it had over 100 fucking years, right? There's still people that don't want to put their money in the bank, which I mean is perfect for Wall Street. They love that shit, but bad for the average person, the average John or Jane Doe, if you will. Can you give a 3-minute rundown on what happens when calls or puts are being sold off, exercised, or rolled? You explained it in the DM, but a drawing could help the smooth brain understand more. So the market maker has a hedge in place, right? And if those options are cash settled or rolled out, they're able to deleverage that hedge. So if you're a market maker and you're short calls, which means that people are bullish on the stock, you need to short as those calls move up, right? Or sorry, buy. You need to go long as those calls move up. So you need to buy delta as the delta in your portfolio increases of your short calls. When those people close or cash settle those calls, then you can sell that delta back, which causes the price of the underlying to drop. Vice versa for puts. Really, that's really basic. It gets more complicated with gamma and things like that, but simply put, Stefan has found the thing to nag me about today. Are we gonna play this game, Stefan? Ask me 6 more times and I'll give you half of an answer. I think what people don't understand about Revlon is the IV increases very, very fast on it. No, my patience is rapidly decaying. Sleep tech and value. So actually, it's like 48 times. You have to get a lot of leverage to get the full answer. Good job, Potato Top. Ooh, I will return. I didn't forget to turn off the camera. You know, sometimes When I turn off the camera, I just stand in front of it and flex my calves. And it's the thrill not knowing if I turned the camera off or not. That's what does it for me. I would never eat any jarred shelf pickle. Those are gross. You have to get them fresh. I do that for work meetings. No, it's not sexual carbon based. It's just how I prepare myself for another 3 hours of listening to the same question. How is Cat outperforming the SPY? It's better. It's I mean, Fubo's outperforming the SPY. I'm not sure what your point is. Because the SPY is an amalgamation of a bunch of things, some of which are shitty. Cat is just good. Only Cavs is only available to Pigeon Wells carbon based. Nice try. Have you ever considered selling your tiers? Yeah, but the guy who programmed me at BlackRock didn't give me that function. Sherwin-Williams on fire. Yes, the leaps are good. Does anybody remember where I bought my Sherwin-Williams leaps? They are not an IBKR or WeBull. Schwab? Oh, never mind. I sold them. Oh, that was a while ago. I should buy more. Yep. Do you have any exposure to Apple earnings? I have exposure to Apple. Maybe not their earnings. I have some exposure to Apple's earnings. I'm just saying that now. I'm not sure I want it, but it's there. Hey, look, guys. Google's almost $100. Congrats, Google guy. From this morning. All of your dreams are coming true. Did anybody buy CA Pack Railway, the long buy and hold. This fucker. This is what, 2 months ago? A month ago? I don't even remember. Two months ago, and no, I didn't like a winner. Fair enough. Check the sections 5 and 4 of the filing, which are conditions, precedent, and affirmative covenants. I think there's a lending agreement requires T+2 settlement, but if you can look and confirm, then it's mad bullish. Also, it's pronounced precedent, not precedent. Precedent? I said precedent. Fuck are you talking about? What's a precedent? Prescient? Who's pronouncing it the second way? Am I pregnant? No, probably not. Maybe. Get a test. Ah, my dreams are gonna come true. Don't get me wrong, they're shitty dreams, but they're gonna happen. Where's the MM buying? Internalization walking. We discussed this last week like 90 times. With utilization low, they can internalize more. We know this. They don't want GME breaking up. They don't want IV to bump because they're short volatility. Is Visa the Cat B team? Yes. Visa's there to teach you that no matter how underwater you are on calls, as long as your strikes are good, you'll make money. A lesson which Cat then reinforces. I should see what when next NOPEX October expiration after the 21st. Was I looking for something? Picked up 65 Apple October 21 150s. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Did you also have a dream that you were chased down by a man on a bike because you ate the last chicken sandwich at the cafeteria? No, but I did have a dream once where I was chased by a donut that had teeth and then it ate me, but I just came out the other side in smaller pieces because it had no digestive tract. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm checking. GME dark pool utilization. I think it's still fairly low. Yeah, it's still really low. I mean, we only have Fridays, but on Friday it was at like 46.06, which is low. Expect that to move up today. A decent amount. Well, the coolest thing about AMD finally moving up is I might make enough money off of it not to lose money on it. Are you sure JFresh didn't just drug you and have his way with you, Popcorn Trader? Typically on a strangle, once you confirm direction, right away. Paris. The thing I'm doing with SPX isn't really a strangle or a straddle. It sort of is. That's the best way to describe it easily. Are you sure you were sleeping and not smoking salvia? Pretty sure. Are you still reading SS posts? Only if people DM me them a bunch. If so, he isn't particularly well endowed. He's not, he's a cat. I mean, for a cat, it's probably huge, but salvia, not same like 5-MeO DMT. Are you going to exit most long positions by the 13th? Or are you going to straddle that and get more free positional hedges? More free positional hedges. But I may straddle that, like actually straddle that instead of trying to offset one leg with theta. Isn't candy flipping like LSD and E? I'm not gonna go vomit in the Amazonian jungle, dork. Is it even possible for retail to empty the COMEX vaults of silver and platinum? Absolutely not. Institutions have been trying to do it forever. If trading the 10-minute, would you also want to look at higher time frame chart or not, and which one? Intraday or swing poker? See you in a bit, Boogie. The final boomer boss, aka Buffett, almost did it in the 80s. Scalp? Oh, I mean, I guess if you're confirming local resistances, maybe go out to the 15 with after hours on, depending on what you're trading. I don't think you need to go to the 30 or the 1. If you're scalping the SPY, you don't want to go too far out because you're going to bias yourself on longer term resistances and target too high. Buckle up Jen in here? I didn't see her. Fuck it, we'll say it anyway. What's up, buckled up, Jen? Actually, technically, that's not the way a call works. Cat's not making you money. You're making money off the fact that someone has bet that Cat won't make money. God, I love the markets. Dixie down, 10-year down, possible beginning of a rally. All I'm going to tell you is the VIX is at 2967. I'm already long Apple from last week. Is this week going to be... Hold on. Shut everything down. If this week is going to be an entire 5 days of people asking me if they should be bullish on shit that I was buying last week, I'm going to go to bed. Ah, fuck off. Why is it so hard for people to be bullish when everyone else is like, the market's going to crash, CS is going under, look at everything burning down, CNBC just told me everything's bad? That's like, that's bull fuel. That gets my horns out. Like, don't be like, don't be one of the simple people with their market crashes. So of course we're fucking bullish on Rev, Jean-Claude. Relax, all right? Zephyrus, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
I've been long the SPX since this morning. I mean, I was long the SPX all of last week, and then the puts I sold this morning. Oh no, I'll still straddle shit until we break 3,700. But we may do that today. But are we bullish? Bullish? What's bullish? Is that like extra bullish? Sure. I believe I am now more bullish on Rev now than I was an hour ago, as you find more and more evidentiary support for, well, circumstantial support for your thesis that Perelman's gonna trigger a share recall and squeeze Revlon to the moon. I'm okay with him doing that. Here's the problem. Ready for it? In about 7 to 8 days, I'm going to get really, really bearish again. Right at the same time that most of you hit peak bullishness. And for that like 48-hour period, you're going to hate me. But I'm going to be really mean. as I watch your calls burn to the ground that you bought the day before. Okay, cool. As long as we're on the same page. Why will you get very bearish? Because this market fucking sucks. This is a relief rally. It's not the market recovering. Like, once we hit, if we hit 3750, especially if we hit 3800, all of the people are going to pop out of the woodwork with their market to 4200. This is it. It's over. Everything's back to normal. The bull market's back. And then that's when I'm going to start buying lots of puts. You're going to make me start pushing AS on my Ko-Fis again, Daddy. I don't know what that is. Oh, I get it. Never mind. Well, you know, that's the purpose of the /s. Is that, you know, it tells you that there's sarcasm. Otherwise, how would I know? I could just assume everything's sarcastic, but I already do that. I think I need to tone down my bullishness on Rev. Yeah, probably. It's not my place to tell you that, BMG, but it's something you should consider. You know when I know that my positions are going to be rock solid and that I've done everything right? When poor chat gets really anti-Gherk. Like, they're like, fuck this guy. I can't believe I spent all my time watching this shitty fucking YouTube stream. I can actually do something with my life. Hint, no. You know, just it just becomes like a thread full of negative feedback. And that's when I should double down. Right at that moment. Alternately, when the sentiment is going too strongly my way, that's when I need to sell. When people are like, oh my God, Gherk, you changed my life. I never could have learned all of this without you. This is amazing. I'm up 300%. People are becoming pigeon whales left and right. That's when I should sell. And if I follow those rules, I could be Warren Buffett in like a year. Thanks, Stonks. Is market is like a Rocky movie. Just when you think the market is gonna lose, some old dude yells out Adrian and wins at boxing. Longer term loses due to brain damage. Short term bear LT bull. Yeah, I guess. Hard to think I've been watching you for over a year now. Also, my cap position is up 135% 9% today, down 9% overall. Congratulations, C-Bill. This is your second time, like, doing okay on cat, right? You hit it once before big, didn't you? Okay, BMG, chill. Take a step back and remember that the NYSE can still delist the fucking stock. What if we're hanging out with the next Warren Buffett? No. I'm not that weird. He's got to be smarter than me. Like I know Burry's smarter than me because of his social interactions. I clipped it for you. It's gold. Still bullish on Target. No, I think didn't I sell my Target? Yeah. Is it cheap again? Hold on, I might be bullish on Target again. Give me a second. Bullishness on Target's processing. Ooh. You know what? I am. That just happened. Thank you. That feeling when the early morning SPX scalp you sold for $100 is currently up 5,000. Try not to dwell on it. Happy 13 months, Girk. I've learned a lot. I'm lucky I don't have to credit any old dude nearing his deathbed. 23K gains for the year and pushing strong until December. Praise be, Pickle Dude. I'm still here every day. Thanks, Lionel. I appreciate it, man. How much charity donation for lunch with Girk? I don't do that. Girk, I think you're overestimating your social interactions. Listen, as long as I believe I'm good at it, that's all that matters. Earliest you think Upstart can run, just by time. It's unpredictable. It's already on Reg Show, and Rule 204 is already being applied. Don't try to like nail the timing. Give yourself time, roll, because you don't know when it'll run. It's not really an OPEC stock, so we can't confirm that it's going to run with that. It could, obviously, because it's fallen into the same patterns, but it may not. It could run before, because obligations are already high. Pontiff? Yeah, Pontiff is lunch. I'll do lunch for Pontiff. Buying 0 DTE Upstart calls on Friday. You would. What's your PT on Cat? The chart on Discord was blurry. How dare you call my charts blurry? Those charts are in 2K. I guess we'll just give it to everyone since you can't just look on the Discord. If it breaks here, which it hasn't yet, it's starting to. But a break of 172, 175, but really the resistance is here at 176. Yeah, like 176.26, 41. It's a descending channel. Just above 176 is probably acceptable for now. Is it normal for cat to outpace the trend by this much for this long? Remember, Caterpillar is very illiquid. So when it moves very, very fast. It just doesn't move a lot necessarily. Hard to stop, same like Bulldozer. I think really what happens with cat is you get very rapid capitulation and strong buy pressure on the underlying simultaneously, which leads to rapid increases in price. I think you're getting a bit wrapped up in the conspiracy side of it. Like you can make assumptions based on, you know, the information we have, and that's fine, but don't base your investment on those assumptions, BMG. And I think you're doing a little bit of that. That's the thing you should step back and carefully assess. Because you're getting bullish on things that can't be proven, which is a big risk, right? Like you don't know if he's even lent out a single fucking share. Could he have? Sure. I mean, the avenue being open is intriguing, but that doesn't mean he has. Is the setup well for a good T+2 run due to puts closing out last Friday? Not on the indices, but on individual stocks, sure. It's not that cat moves slowly, it's that cat stagnates for long periods of time, Paris. So when cat moves up, like here, I'll show you on the chart. When cat moves up, it can move really, really fast, right? These big steps up. But then it can consolidate for like weeks in that range. And, you know, like if you were buying here for a price target of like 185, you need a lot of theta to capture that. You can't use a weekly. It also does shit. This is really annoying, but it'll move up really hard and then come right back down like overnight. And this is why weeklies are really risky. Because you'll buy into like a move up, you'll go into the money, and the next morning it'll open like 3% down. So it's volatile, but it doesn't pick up a lot of volatility. If you don't give caterpillars enough time, they never turn into butterflies. I think anybody who's played cat here in the past has probably tried both ways. And they will tell you that a like 60 DTE that goes up 1500% is way better than, you know, getting burned on the move on a weekly that only ever hit like 30%. And its momentum, once it starts to get it in either direction, is nigh unstoppable because it's expensive to short it and it's risky. because it's undervalued, right? Again, just like the bulldozers it makes. If you've ever been like in a big cat run, watching the puts vacate their positions rapidly as the underlying price just smashes through them is one of the more fun moments. Yeah, it forces good habits on options. That's one of the reasons we talk about it so often. And I don't have people playing shit that does similar stuff, but with way higher risk, like EPAM. What's your PT for cat? I have several. I think we're about to hit my first one. This is the current planned price targets. We have October 21st at 170. We have November 18th at 180. Or no, sorry. November 18th at 175. December 16th at 180. It's obviously just smashed through the October price target and is rapidly approaching the November one. Like hitting, if we hit 180 very quickly, then it's not out of the question that we can continue to move into like the higher ranges, right? Like we can start to move up since we're moving so rapidly through them, right? We can move up the scale very, very quickly. And usually Caterpillars, if it really picks up steam, is much faster like that. But if you have a lot of theta, you can wait out the entirety of the move, which is dope. It keeps your hands diamond a little longer when you have a little more time. You won't be so skittish psychologically with your contracts. EPAM is lower risk, hard to even get options to get burned on. I mean, EPAM's higher risk because of the bid ask, or you need to buy exposure directly to the underlying, which is technically, if you're buying 100 shares of EPAM, it's quite a lot of money. And EPAM can move, 20% down in a single day. So it's a ton of risk actually compared to, the one-time cost of options premium. I think people don't realize that with shares versus contracts. On a call contract, all you can lose is the premium. On shares, you can lose the entire value of the position. Thought there would be more pullbacks on the way up. Generally, Cat gives a lot of entry opportunities on the way up. Even on those big runs, if you look like on a shorter time frame, Stefan, you'll see that there's lots and lots of pullback opportunities throughout its like range of movement, right? Like let's look back at here, the one in May. Big opportunity to get in here. Plenty of opportunities to enter in this range. even before the peak, there was one really good opportunity to get in, right? So if you weren't in here at the bottom, you know, there were still 3 other potential entries, all of which were solid. And since Cat never really picks up a lot of IV, you know, you don't really get priced out of contracts. Because these moves don't happen on like relatively large amounts of volume. Oh, sorry. I'll go back to it again. So this was the move up in May. So sorry, yeah, here, here, here. Plenty of opportunities to enter on the way up. You could even argue here and here. They're not great, but they're there. There's 2 on the 4 hour, 4 on the 1 hour. But either way, the opportunities were there. They're just not big pullback opportunities, usually. Sometimes they are. Any reason why it's up on low volume? Liquidity in the market is still garbage. Oh, let's check our pimento. Guys. We're going into the green. God. Wait, can I put the pimento in the back? There we go. Do you have a PT for Cat in the next 2 weeks? Yeah, it was 170. It's already surpassed that. The next PT is 175, then 180. It looks like it's pushing for 180 if this continues. Although, I'd be wary of this. Do you guys see that? I don't even know. Hold on. I'll make it bigger. Especially with volume decreasing into the test. How much did you make today with Cat? A decent amount. Thoughts on this run being it? We've moved quite a bit rapidly. It's possible, but there's still a lot of short capitulation in the upper ranges. further in the money. 33 billion per 1% move. So you have a $99 billion deleveraging coming tomorrow. Once momentum starts like this on the SPX or something, it's rare for it to turn around. It can, but it's rare. And don't forget that the theta on the short positions is wearing down and VIX is still quite high. So puts are still overpriced. Well, there's two paths to short capitulation. One is price. The other is theta. And that forms our pimento. Oh, you see how it works now? They weren't accidental contracts. They were on purpose contracts, but yes. Yes, I did. Oh, the 100 contracts at 165? Yeah, I was still in those. I still am in those. Unrealized gains, obviously. November 18, 180s on cat look good now. I'm not buying, just asking. I mean, I have them already. This sideways trading might mean they're a little cheaper right now, but not much. You might want to wait for like a little bit of a pullback. Yo, that's brilliant. I know. It's okay. You can throw more compliments at me. I don't mind. Well, no, it wasn't I made 100K by mistake. I bought 100 contracts by mistake. I meant to buy 10. But the price slipped a little bit on Friday. I wasn't going to sell them. Tesla has had crazy recoveries in the past. Thoughts on Tesla compared to the market for the rest of the week? I'm kind of bullish on Tesla, but similar to my thoughts this morning, it may be time to hold back on that bullishness for a little bit. Maybe I'll enter Tesla towards the midweek or towards the end of the week. I've been waiting on a cat pullback for an hour. What do you call this? What was this? You don't like Tesla VWAP? Are you too good for VWAP all of a sudden? You watched some shitty YouTube video and now you're too good for VWAP? Greedy. Ew. 1 hour? We're bussing in here. I don't have time for the hour time frame. Thick wop. Your main is thick, and you have the best industrial freezer stories. Thanks, Yippee Skippy. Credit Suisse credit default swaps blowing up to new highs. Passes 08 level. Good for them. What's the best way to reset your brain when you closed a position at 9:45 that you should have held for way more games? I'm mentally off and messed up right now. You got to get over it, man. You're not gonna exit every position perfectly. If you took profits, you know, this morning at market open was a much higher risk scenario. And depending, if you had short theta and you were up green, there's no reason not to take profits there. You can't look at what happens after you exit a position as, a determination of your skill. If you had a thesis and it happened and you exited, then you did the right thing. It's as simple as that. You're overcomplicating it by looking at the price action that you never could have predicted that followed. I mean, unless you were me and you predicted exactly this, nailed it perfectly over and over and over again, like some sort of stock god. But don't do that to yourself. God damn it, Bean. What did I tell you about waking up when the market opens? Do you ever sell shares with a loss? Rarely. Okay, maybe I have, yeah. When day trading, I have. Nothing I've ever bought and held have I sold at a loss. Nope, that's a lie. UWMC. I sold at a 20-cent loss because fucking covered calls just weren't cutting it anymore. Girk's Mythical Dwarven Farrier. Blessings of Svartalheim upon the... I just wanted you to know if you were still wanting the diamond-crested solid gold centaur shoes. You seemed interested trying out the platinum gold alloy ones when we spoke in the Mythical Forest, but we never settled on one type or the other. Man, I have told you not to reach out to me when I'm at work. What the fuck? I prefer your sarcastic wit over your ego. They're both equally large and sharp. I'm gonna sneeze again. Hold on. Nope, it's gone. You can't hurt your life savings if you never had any. I gotta take profit on some of these cat contracts. I'm just being greedy right now. Like I know it'll probably continue to move up, and I should just wait it out. But I should really recover the cost basis because the risk is extraordinary and it's all on margin. Yeah, don't be an asshole. Set some nice tight stops. How far out do you usually buy VIX calls for hedging purposes? 90 to 120 days. 90 only because I've gotten greedy with SLD giving me free gifts once a month. It used to be 120 days, and I should really move back to that, but 90 is so attractive with so much more leverage on the hedge for less money. AMD ADC 1118 still look good. I'm still holding them. 70, 75, and 80. I cut the 85s because they fucking sucked. Using option strat to calculate your option stop limits based upon the stock price action for CAT. I mean, I I like to believe them at the point where I don't need to use a calculator to know where to set the stops. Sometimes I'm wrong because I don't predict like volatility. I can't predict volatility spikes, but generally speaking, I know how to set the contract price relative to the stock price. That's just something that you get with experience. If you don't know how, you should, or you're not comfortable doing that, you should use a calculator. Some brokers will let you set your stops based on the price of the underlying, but most don't have that feature. Let's have the SPX break 3,700 for CNS, so GAF gets extra kickbacks today. That'd be cool. I don't know if the 15-to-1 RS reverse split on AVCT just could cause share recall issues, same like Nerve. Did you see a previous milestone chats? Maybe I missed it. Sorry. Ah, shit, it's gone. You can, dude, you can DM me on the Discord if you want. Maybe. I'd have to look more into their fundamentals. Calamari cockring. Like, how much institutional ownership did they have going into the reverse split? Why did they reverse split? Short interest going into the reverse split. All of that's really relevant. It's a weird setup, right? Because if the longs stay in the company, even after the reverse split, then nothing happens, right? So there's a lot of risk there that they won't sell. It's only if they start to sell off and short borrowing is really high that you get like a big run up. Uh, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 50 for upstart. Kind of the whole range to the upside. Going from like high delta, low volatility exposure to high volatility exposure, low delta. Thoughts on Cat November 190s? A little riskier. As long as it continues to drive up, they'll price up. But if price action kind of slows at any point on Caterpillar, it's gonna lose value very rapidly. Like if price stagnates or something. Sometimes when you're that far out of the money, it's better just to scalp the price action than try to wait out the call, right? Obviously, you gotta make up your own mind about that, but something to think about at least. Does this mean you're a cat? No. How much money did you make today? A lot off Caterpillar. A little bit on AMD. I'm starting to recoup my losses there at least. And I'm up pretty good on the SPX right now. A break of 3,700 is really important to my SPX position, which may not happen, but if it does, I'll be in a really good spot. Because then I get to take all the profits off all of those straddles from like the last week and a half. The United Nations is calling on the Federal Reserve to halt interest rate increases. Oof. US bankrupting the world for our own gain? Who would have thought? We won't. Because fuck everyone. Right? I mean, it's shitty, but it's true. I don't think people like for the US this is very very advantageous. We can continue to drive the value of our currency up while simultaneously forcing other currencies down. It puts us years ahead economy wise. And we were losing ground going into the pandemic to, you know, Europe and China, and this can reset that, and it can reset it by decades if they manage it properly, maintaining the US's prominent position as the global economic leader for decades to come. Is JPEL really a genius or just an idiot? Right? TMs, I was wrong, but also kind of right. It's 400 pages, and to be honest, it's pretty confusing. All right, 1 second. My milestone, curious if the UN asking the Fed to halt rate increases is that bullish. Seems bullish. Like long-term scary, but short-term for 7 to 8 days. Yeah, I mean, the idea that there's political pressure that would stop the Fed's actions, which there isn't, it doesn't exist. Even their own party can't get them to stop raising fucking rates. Could be bullish until the Fed comes out and says something, but I'm okay with that. I mean, they're not going to. They're not going to stop raising rates because of that. All right, I looked at it again. There's no real evidence of an avenue for a lending agreement where I said it was. I think I read what I wanted to read, and while the language is the same, the parties and what is being lent out was different. Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, the thing you're describing doesn't sound like the ability to lend shares. That should just be... If there is a no hedging clause, then they probably can lend out... If there isn't one, then they can probably lend out shares. Pledge shares being used as collateral in the event of defaulting on loans. Okay, that's... Yeah, that has nothing to do with share lending. All right, I'll have to look into this later. I can't look at it right now, but... I see what people mean when they're asked if they're invisible. No love today, bro. Are you doing another strangle on the spy tonight? Probably. I'll just buy some puts to protect my downside more than doing like an actual straddle or strangle. Do you think RC's 4-to-1 split had the desired effect? Not really. I mean, if insiders start selling shares, then yes. Remember, the most likely reason for RC's split still remains like Occam's razor, right? Is that, you know, he has C-suite executives that haven't been paid for a year whose positions are severely underwater, and by splitting the stock, he gives them, you know, tax incentivized shares that they can sell. Or tax benefited shares that they can sell. And that seems like the most likely reason for doing a share split dividend. You got to pay your executives, or at least give them an option to sell, right? Especially when, you know, they got paid at 225 and the stock hasn't really hit that mark very often since. What's your typical spread between the calls and puts? It depends. There's no typical spread. It's just like everything else in the market. You have to adjust it to the current conditions. One deviation from at the money for a strangle is like the textbook. So like stocks trading at 300, you do like 305 and 295. A straddle is an at the money put and an at the money call, same strike. A strangle is a slightly out of the money. I'm not really doing either of these. What I'm doing is I'm buying like 25 DTE puts and using the same amount of capital to buy like 10, 30 DTE calls. Then I'm using the downside to sell the puts off and discount the price of the calls. But the problem with doing this is you lock all the profits from the position into the calls, right? So if you're wrong and the price moves down printing your puts, but you don't get upside, you never are able to retrieve the profits from the position. If you do get upside and you can sell the calls, then you make a lot of money. So it's kind of like a diagonal spread, like a diagonal calendar spread almost. But it's like 98,000 margin for the put side, and then you just the same amount on the long side. So you match the contract value, but you're getting more theta here and more leverage here. Who the fuck shorted the shit out of Revlon? Was this you, BMG? Did you sell your position? Thank you for explaining like the man-child I am. I appreciate you. No problem, man. Thoughts on GME underperforming the market today? They're using their spare utilization. We'll know tonight if utilization goes up. Right now it's at 4606. So if utilization goes up, then yes. It's very low. I'm not surprised that they're capping our upside. APRN doesn't have big downside. It's at like what, $8? Listen, if you can't hold your stock through a 50% loss, you probably shouldn't have been in the position in the first place. I had to have this conversation with BBBY people at one point too. It's okay. I'm used to it now. If anything, the volume and volatility of that downside move backed by the active funds on Revlon, just for me at least, reaffirms that there's desperation in the short position. Price target for cat? I already answered that like 900 times. It's already broken my like October 21st price target. It's approaching the November 18th one, and all of the price targets are in the Caterpillar DD this week and last week. How much report would you consider you use for speculative plays? Most of it, I'm a trader. I mean, I don't know. I guess like 70% of all of my capital is tied up between GME and some other long-term holdings. 75%, but 25% of my capital is used for like speculative plays, but CatDD free or only Dan's subscriber exclusive content? It's for only Dan's. 100% of my capital is either riches or food stamps, both in and out of the market. Was that you who hit me up on Craigslist offering me food stamps for my covered calls? They're perishable. Cat's PM gap up this morning took me for a surprise. That's because whenever you're doing your analysis, you turn off extended hours. I don't know why. It's super index exposed, right? And indexes move up overnight. Congratulations, man. They have up to 45 days to issue a decision. Most gains are made outside of trading hours. It depends on what you're trading. Leave it on. Then why are you surprised? Gaps overnight all the time. It's really common on it. That's why you want to take advantage of the lows when they're available, because they're not always available for long. Sometimes you get a nice opportunity, but buy pressure on Cat's strong. And we're seeing like a value shift, like a value sector shift right now, with like gold and silver rising, so pressure's even stronger. $20K block order on Rev. Ooh. $175 November, Cat a good hold. I'm holding mine. I mean, it's up to you. I sort of wish I didn't sell my October 165s last week, but rolling them to November turned out to be a good thing because I bought too many contracts by accident. What do you think of Credit Suisse's CDSs blowing up lately? I mean, it's just the margins on the CDSs are going up. I'm sure they have enough liquidity to handle it. Otherwise, there'd be like a full-on crisis. It's just like whoever's pushing that specific like CDS narrative, you know, they're ascribing a lot of value to what not isn't necessarily as provocative as they're making it out to be, right? So like, look at these margins getting wider, but like, what does that really mean? Not much. I mean, it means there's more risk in the position than there was in 08, but we don't know what the risk in their, like, they survived 08. We don't know what their risks in their positions in 08 were. They have way more fucking liquidity now than they did back then. So, like, what's the point of the comparison? It's fucking stupid. It's like, things are worth more now than they were then, and you know, there's more risk in what is a larger position. Sure, of course there is. There's probably some advantage in taking profit on like 170s. Well, 172.50s. Maybe not, but like 165s, sure, there's some advantage to rolling out. Risky though, because the market's unstable. It's only Monday. You've got, you know, 14 days of theta, 14 DTE. You're not in the worst position. $15 DTE? $18 DTE. TQQQ 25 by end of the week. I fucking hope so. I think the market's reaction to this entire weekend of bearish shit probably burned the fuck out of retail traders all over the country. So isn't that the counter to all the CS bullshit? SPX seems ripe for yet another straddle entry here. I'm thinking I want to wait closer to close because I think it's gonna move up. Like I think we might test 3,700, and if we do, I'd rather buy my puts because I'm not gonna buy any more calls, right? But I'd rather like buy puts at 3,700 if I can get them. Obviously, I may not, right? Like this could fail. Although it's a nice bullish reversal. Does Macy's have any potential catalysts coming up? We got an upgrade last week by, who was it, Morningstar or someone? Someone fucking upgraded it. You see Apple hitting 155-ish this month. This month? Yeah, it could. I just needed to hit 150 before the 14th. I have like 145s and 155s for November, but I have a bunch of October 14 150s that I'm just bag holding pretty hard right now, actually. What? What's wrong with my mic? Why does an in the money Tesla call have so much theta? Oh, because it's in the money. Google 100 at the bell. Let's fucking go. I'm glad I bought some last week. I'm really glad I bought some. I wish I bought more now, but no. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Yes, in the money. The rate of theta decay reduces the further into the money it gets. What's the status of the upcoming OPEX? Same like all the other OPEXs, Pinky. We get exposure and see what happens. Oh, dude, fucking DPI on Upstart's crazy. Here. The DPI MA on Upstart, like normalized, is 70, almost 75%. The 10 EMA is 59.5. Hold on. I'll show you. That's Upstart's. The Upstart's stayed very, very elevated. And it'll go up more today with them suppressing the price and the market rising. Because Upstart's in a bunch of ETFs, so it's got a lot of active fund pressure. Like across the whole financial sector. Would you cut SPY 370 October 21? No. Well, I don't have that call, but I haven't cut my October 21 SPX 3700s yet. I never cut my 102s from this morning because it just kept rising. Smart decision? Yeah, I commented on it earlier. Or should I do that now with just a slight loss? How much time did you have on those, Dylan? Bullish on future obligations. Good time for some bull put spreads. It's the best time for good bull put spreads. When you're scared of the downside, but you think there'll be upside. Bull put spreads are awesome. Especially if you can sell into high IV, which you can't really yet today, but ew. M's internalized same like all the other basket stocks. It's still a basket stock. It's a little less exposed because its volatility is a little lower. Like its historic volatility is lower than like Upstart or GME or Sava or something like that. But like it still has volatility shorts. Like, it still has way higher volatility than most stocks. Yeah, I've seen the updated CDS numbers on Credit Suisse. October 21st, you're probably fine, dude. You're like right at the money. If you're afraid of the downside, you could buy a couple puts for like overnight and just sell them in the morning. But I mean, you're so close to like hitting stride in like the indices that it seems silly to offload long positions at a loss right now. I understand the fear. Nope, still no PMI data on Rev. PDI or whatever the fuck it's called. You want to bail me out? Not really. How bad is it? "10 goats and 10 racks of smoked beef ribs." Once a year for 10 years? What am I gonna do with goats? Yep, I think we have jolts tomorrow. Is it in the morning? "10 a.m. Yeah. It's expected that job openings will be down, but they expected that last time too. Job openings being down would be bullish though. It's the beat that's kind of bearish because it still shows that there's insufficient human capital available in the market. Jolts is the job openings report. It's like, didn't the fucking the government passed the infrastructure bill? They're supposed to open up all these fucking jobs. And then they're like, well, we need people to not hire more people. Are they just trying to funnel people into their jobs? I don't trust them. You know what I mean? They're trying to get engineers and shit on the cheap. Crime. Why are Jimmy and BBBY underperforming the market so much today? Well, BBBY, because it's a steaming pile of shit. GME, because they internalize price action on it in order to prevent it from breaking critical strikes in its options chain. So they can continue to negatively hedge gamma. Are you already in your potato calls? Because that Fed meeting last week, hashtag Tater Tom. Critical strikes sound like critical margin? No. They just don't want to flip the hedge, because if they flip the hedge, then it's going to create an IV bump. And they're short volatility. They don't want that to happen. So instead of letting GME break out, they internalize and they buy puts in order to keep the gamma, in order to keep the market maker net negative gamma. Yeah, price suppression, if you will. So if the market maker hedge flips, right? So here's the hedging point. And if the market maker hedge flips, IV is going to skyrocket. which blows up their short volatility positions. So what they want is they want IV to remain stable while they cover without pushing up through the hedge. They've lost control of that in the past, and it's usually not good for them. It costs a lot more money to get things back where they need them and stabilize it. Because remember, they want the MM. This is the reason. They want, when they short, they want the MM to be selling into their shorts. So they want the MM net short puts, calls. No, puts. They want the MM long calls, short puts. God, reverse engineering this in your head is a bitch. And so that way, when the price drops, the market maker sells into the falling price, which means that you need to use fewer shorts to drop the price of the underlying. Remember the last time Gurk told us all their secrets? Electricity going out in 3, 2, 1. No. $27.50 was one of those levels on GME. But yeah, 26.50 today is the delta neutral. Like, that's the point at which delta flips. It would really suck if you're, shorting IV over, or you're shorting implied volatility over like a 2-month period, and all of a sudden IV went up 20%, right? That might blow up a bunch of your naked shit that you sold. Oops, I did it again. What did you do again? Tell me more. I said tight stops on my cat calls. Can you go over how to avoid being gapped over? Since cat likes to move that way in after hours and PM. You can't. You can buy puts before close. That's really the only way to protect yourself. And then, obviously that limits your profit potential on your calls, because if it doesn't gap down overnight, then you're going to get burned overnight. Like, you're going to pay for that theta to hedge the overnight period. Can I short IV by selling Jan 950s? Well, yes, but those don't exist anymore. Are they only shorting IV to go long? Neutral. They go neutral IV during the run up, and then they short it again at the top. So they hedge their exposure to an uptick in volatility during OPEX. It's a $50 fee plus $2 per page. Jesus Christ. That's expensive. That's why Delaware is getting all its money from. I scratched my butt through my trousers and it stinks again. Goddamn SpongeBob poopy pants. Do I need to change my trousers this time or just sniff my hands? Just both. First of all, you could solve all of these problems by just wiping your ass. Or buy a bidet. That's the real answer. That way you don't have a poopy butt. Are we heavily suppressing Fubo by selling thousands of cover calls at 4.55? How significant an impact does it have on the stock price? It doesn't impact the stock price really. Not a lot, but some. What it does impact greatly is the implied volatility. To some degree, it impacts the price. I mean, it forces the to be, long calls. Yeah. Which is, bearish hedging, but that shouldn't matter. Never mind, I got stopped out of 3. Okay. Hold on, we don't have to worry about it. VIX is spiking. Yeah, it's annoying. It went back up over 30. Was there news? Or is this just like a little sell-off into close? Hey, Rev's making its way back uptown. Making my way downtown. Yet another Rev crash that ends up with not really affecting the price. Dude, just go to their corporate office and ask if you can see their corporate charter as you're a shareholder. It'll totally work. Ew. I don't want to go all the way over there. What's your price target for Rev January 35 Cs? More than my current average cost on them, which is like 0.72, 0.73. They're gonna look at you like you have 18 heads, then kick you out of the building. Then I sue them, right? And DRS my shares. No, I'm not buying 10.7 370s. Thanks, Game Scrapple. Hellboy makeup go up? Explain like I'm 11 and was held back a year. Oh, Jesus. Is TradingView worth paying for? Probably not. I went a really long time without ever paying them any money. I live life 365. One love. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Kendra. That was... Are you fucking with me? Do you have any upstart DD in the Pickles Pick chat? No? Well, sorta. There's a channel in there. How would a Rev buyout raise the share price? Because the price of the shares would go to the buyout price. It depends on how the debt is handled. Got a DUI, baby. Congratulations, Victor. Well, my 100 Rev 35C is making me a millionaire. It depends on what Rev's price goes to. They could. Let's see. What does Rev have to hit for you to become a millionaire? These are the real questions, right? We don't care about analysis or the fact that you can make 10x your money at a test of $10. We care about the price you become a millionaire at. So let's fucking find out, Popcorn Trader. Okay, so at $50, they hit $40 a contract by end of November, roughly. That's as high as I can move this fucking thing. So you need it to hit like $100. $100 and like 900% IV. Oh, finally. Option Strat Hopium is my favorite game. You're not alone. Yeah, there's a little sell-off into close. I'm still feeling pretty bullish. I don't have a lot of confidence in an October OPEX. I'm gonna get exposure to it, but I still think it's too soon. Like if they just started compounding obligations and shorting again back in like mid-August, it's too soon for an OPEX run. We would have another leg down before we saw one. How do we lend out our rev shares and then recall them to rug pull the shorts? Turn on share lending and then sell all your shares? Wait for them all to be borrowed and then sell them all. Pretty insane for Cat to run 5% in a day. No. And it's losing some of that. 4.5% in a day. Already turned on YouTube gifting, but I still haven't received a Bithead Occupier of VWAP Pontiff donation. Okay, but that's because you're already a member, Bo. Have you got your SPX puts yet? No, soon. I really wanted them at 3,700. Now I'm gonna have to get like shitty ones at like 3,675. Which is disgusting. If Jimmy OPEX is unlikely in October, when can we see the next high volatility event? November. It looks like it did Sean Connery. Do you know if Rev acquired any corporations or changed, amended their articles since 2016? I don't think so. Although there may have been changes with some of the debt they took on. Frosted tips or Jamie breaks 30 tomorrow. If it breaks 30 tomorrow. And no, I'm not frosting my tips. Big sell off into close? All the way back down to 36.50? 36.69. Oh. Give me the goods. Right, now I buy puts. If Rev goes to 50, I'll pay to have Thickle tattooed on someone else. One more hour until the day is done, which means pretending to work for 15 minutes and cleaning up slow as molasses. Hashtag union pride. Nice. I am fucking tired. I was up pretty late last night. Although I slept in a bit today, so I should be... Normally I'd be fine. You know what it is? It's this fucking shitty coffee. It's not good enough. I need 2 glasses of it every day, which I don't like to do that. It's too much drinking. Nobody's selling, just clutching their Perelmans. My kitchen knives? Yeah, I sharpen them. I was giving you decaf coffee. Maybe. No, it's just like this blend or roast. It doesn't have a lot of caffeine in it. This happened to me before. It's awful. And I have like 10 pounds of the shit. How do you sharpen kitchen knives? Get a sharpening stones? Ugh, I can't even imagine having dull kitchen knives. That sounds like the fucking worst. No Fed meeting this week. I mean, they have a meeting today, like a closed door meeting. It might be the allergy pills. I'm not sure. I took some, yeah. I haven't had like allergies in a while, so it may be that I'm just like not used to them and they're making me drowsy. Okay, no. That's not sharpening a knife. That's just destroying a knife. Don't get me started on knife sharpening, because it's gonna be like a whole thing. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Ding ding. The day is done. No knife DD. There's a subreddit for that already. Well, today was a nice recovery. I think people are missing the fact that we rose up rapidly through the 3,600 level, ultimately failing the test at 37, pushing up far harder today than anyone would have expected this morning. Really good close to the day. Obviously some of the stocks we're interested in, GME, Macy's, probably BBBY to some extent, Fubo, they're still being internalized a lot and not really getting as much action from the market as we would like. But if the market continues to push up, it's good because it puts pressure on that internalization, right? The more pressure on that internalization, the more likely it is to break or give a little ground, if you will. So we'll see how that plays out. Right now, if the SPY can hold and ES can hold 3650 overnight, we do look very good for tomorrow with many of the 2 and 3 DTEs moving into the forefront. Lots of those, remember, short side. So capitulation on those will be important as well. But yeah, everything kind of bouncing and moving up as expected. I think it looks really good, and I'm excited for the rest of the week. We have a big day Wednesday with balance of trade, and I believe PMI data coming out, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah. Global composite services and non-manufacturing PMI, with Bostic speaking after market close. So Wednesday could be kind of exciting. Tomorrow we have the JOLTS job openings and a bunch of Fed speeches. A little bit of UN push to get the Fed to stop raising rates momentarily. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe we're going to hit an economic renaissance in America where the dollar can buy us anything outside of our own country, but nothing in it, which will be really interesting. It'll get a lot of Americans to flee the country, which will mean even more demand for jobs. No? Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Got to get all the boomers out, right? Make way for immigrants to come in. And what better way than to up price our currency and get them to move to Thailand? Anyway, Sultan of Swing. Thank you, Dork. I appreciate it, and I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning for another fun day of stocks. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.